Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, twakusihi ututazame kwa neema nyingi. Members, we don't have quorum. Director, the quorum bell be rung.
All right. Number 18 of 2021 also seeks to amend the following laws. The Capital Markets Act Cap 485A action by the authority. Aden Duale has just walked in. More members coming in slowly, just to meet or to ensure that the quorum for this afternoon session is met before House business kicks off. The Insurance Act Cap 497. The bill seeks to amend the Insurance Act to provide for the regulation of foreign reinsurance brokers in accordance with the current practice and enable the regulation of the brokers by the authority. The bill further seeks to provide for an annual fee to be paid by a registered person who is an insurer. Again, the bill seeks to amend the Kenya Revenue Authority Act number 2 tax compliance by encouraging informers to provide intelligence information to the commissioner. And the timeline for the submission of audited accounts during extra audit.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to table public petition number 22 of 2021 regarding fraudulent subdivision of land registered 12422/9, measuring approximately 41.3 hectares, that on 19th February 1991, Honorable Arthur Magugu appointed the firm of Kamwere and Associates Surveyors to subdivide the parcel of land upon obtaining the requisite consents. That the surveyor caused the aforesaid land to be subdivided into two portions, namely LR number 12422/203 and LR number 12422/204. That however, the surveyor without authority from the Honorable Hathu Kinyanjui Magugu did an illegal subdivision of LR number 12422/2 with the LR number 124 not bending in any court of law in Kenya. That the petition therefore says,
thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a public petition number 23 of 2021 regarding discrimination in accessing national identity cards by the Nubian community. I, the undersigned, on behalf of the Nubian community in Kenya, draw the attention of the House to the following. That despite that successive governments since independence have adopted the same policy of
deferment of the question as he is out of the country on official duties. His request has been acceded to. Question deferred. Next member for Muhaya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask question number 203/2021. And police officers in Mbali and the Buhaya police post in the Muhaya constituency, so as to facilitate security operations in these areas. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The question will be replied to before the Committee on Administration and National Security. Next question is by the member for Kaiti, Honorable Joshua Kimilu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I raised to ask question number 204/2021. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the immediate action being taken to address the recent landslide incident in Do Sub-County, Kilungu Sub-County, which resulted in damage to property, rendering about 30 families homeless and causing acute food shortage to more than 100 residents? 2, what interventions are the ministers put in place in the short term and long?
Next question by the member for Oljoro Rock, Honorable Michael Muchira.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Winganga of passport number A218-5564 to repatriate her body to the country for burial following her death, which occurred on 22nd December 2020 while working as a domestic worker in Baghdad, Iraq. 2.
For the second time, question number 205 by the member for Trans Nzoia County, the Honorable Janet Nangabo. Member being absent, not desiring to be present, question is dropped. What's your point of order, Honorable Sankok?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think the question that I've been asked by Michael Mushira of Olchororok, he should be directed to the Committee of Labor and Social Welfare because it's related to labor issues.
He has himself considered the matter and desires that it be answered by the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations. You know, it is, what do I do? Do I tell you not to repeat?
Mr. Speaker, when you never directed, I got jittery because, Mr. Speaker, the last, when I asked for the same, I was never called to that committee. And now, this time, the last I checked, Mr. Speaker, the whole of Machakos County has never enjoyed even 30% of last mile connectivity. Mr. Speaker, I thought during this time, you will help me.
Now, you cannot use, Honorable Macau, you cannot use that as an excuse to debate, to raise a debate, because there will be nobody to respond.
I stand guided, Mr.
Yes.
Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Wario Gufu, member for Moyale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I did ask for a statement on the security issues in Funanida, Elebor, and Rawana area in February 11th. And in March 11th, I also asked for the same statement, a reminder in this honorable house, Mr. Speaker. Before we went for, before the Parliament was closed, because of COVID, I raised the same, and to date, Mr. Speaker, there's no reply. The unfortunate thing, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that those schools which were closed are still not open. My people are not given security to go back to their homes. And Mr. Speaker, this morning, the building in Funanida area were broken into. It is school children, Kenyan school children, who are not studying the way they are supposed to be studying because of insecurity situation in those areas. What I pleaded and I asked for severally, almost now for more 4 months, Mr. Speaker, sir, is just provision of security officers in those areas. And the county government and CDF actually have built security houses where those police can be stationed and live comfortably. Mr. Speaker, we even went further and said, if possible, we can even provide logistic in terms of laxity on the side of people who are concerned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No, if you are a foreigner, you wouldn't be in this house. So you actually are a Kenyan, Honorable Wario. But Honorable Wario, is it that the statement that was given was inadequate, or is it that there's no response at all? I thought there was an issue.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the statement was not actually, what was brought to this House was actually not the question that I asked. It was completely irrelevant things where somebody said, or the CS said, Borans are not honest people, we are goons, and that settlement or Funanida is not a statement that you can read in this House. And it is the same statement which was brought here and I refuted, Mr. Speaker, sir. It has nothing to do with the question.
It was brought here by who?
By Vice Chair.
Yeah, I remember there was an issue of somebody alleging that citizens were goons. And I thought there was a direction that we gave.
Actually, the direction you gave, Mr. Speaker, if I remind you, is that actually, because it is a very hot issue, you gave that direction to the majority leader to contact the CS, and the committee are also actually saying, I remember Honorable Makali saying that the CS is never available in the meeting, Mr. Speaker, sir, if I remind you.
Now that there's a new chairman, why doesn't the Honorable Mwadi set a date? I think it would be much better if the Honorable Wario Gufu is invited at a time when the Cabinet Secretary is present, so that you can go and just appear and show the Cabinet Secretary that you represent those people and you don't represent the goons. Yes, you represent citizens of this country, and it is, in fact, you should actually go with that. If you got a copy of that statement, go and ask him what he meant by referring to people as dishonest and goons. How? The chairman, where is the chairman? Where is the Honorable Mwadi? Would anybody know where the chair is? Honorable Makali Mulu. I remember that you raised some issues about that meeting.
Statements were responded to in that meeting yesterday. So, Mr. Speaker, through your intervention, the CS is now behaving, and I think it's good that the next meeting, when we call for the meeting, I'm sure
let the Cabinet Secretary respond to them. No, that you know, this is just an issue of. We are not discussing the CS. So, Honorable Wario, at the next sitting of the committee, Honorable Makali undertakes to inform the chairperson, through the secretariat, to invite you.
I agree with you, and I'll wait. But the only thing that I ask is because the situation is even deteriorating further, if the meeting can be organized as soon as possible. And Mr. Speaker, I heard of yesterday's meeting, and actually when I asked the clerk, they said that they used the wrong number. And I have been having only one.
To react on this question number 205, which was meant to be raised by...
You cannot react.
Honorable Janet.
You can't issue, could be communal there. But then you should have indicated that all of you are asking communally. Now it was shown it is, you all decided that the Honorable Janet Nangabo was the best placed. And therefore she has let you down. Just relax and stay with your decision of entrusting her. So as a community, if it was a communal issue.
No. It's national.
So there's nothing we can do. She doesn't know that today is the day she is to ask the question. Now, how do I cannot resuscitate it. It is now dead. She will have to go and seek some other date from a roommate. Honorable Duale.
Chair, thank you. You have given direction on the matter of statement, maybe for tomorrow. But yeah, I think you need to help the member for Moyale. It looks like he's facing a lot of stress on this matter and insecurity. But you have given very good direction through even what Honorable Makali said. I think he needs to go and appear before the Cabinet Secretary with that statement. But yeah, I think unlike other statements, he has been coming back. And I also want to advise him that you should not see yourself as a lesser citizen. You are a citizen. You represent the people of Moyale. And Chair, this matter of...
I was responding to him. The member for Wajir West, Mohamed Korosh. I hope it's not about the same.
No, it is not the same, but it's related. You see,
No,
Mr.
I don't want
Speaker,
anything related.
No, Mr. Speaker,
No,
these
no,
security
no,
issues, because they were not addressed
You have an issue yourself you want to raise. You have pressed an intervention button.
Yes, it was about the same thing.
No, if it's about the
but
same,
it's something that happened as late as yesterday.
No, he's talked about it himself. You have not placed any question, Honorable Kolosh. Please don't use the floor of the House to short circuit procedures. If you had something about your place, you know the procedure. Member for Emuhaya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I bring to your notice what you have been told as good behavior from the Minister for Interior. Yesterday, we were called, a pool of us, in a hurry to go and receive our questions, which had taken a very long time. Honorable Speaker, as you are told that the Minister is now behaving, the behavior is not good, because you are told last minute that now go and receive your answers. And that's what we went through. We were unable to reach there. So I wish that even as they come back now, the Vice Chairman said so, let's be given notice to go and get our answers on time. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You know, now this is, honourable members, are we forgetting the rules? Now I can see everybody has become a chair. I will allow the Honourable Makali Mulu to.
You know, Honourable Speaker, by the time I was giving my statement, I think the Vice Chair had not come. But this is House of Record, Honourable Speaker. I think we need to get it clear that it is not the Minister who invites honourable members to our committee session. It is our own Secretariat. We need to understand the rules. And Honourable Speaker, really, even though members are complaining, it is unfortunate because yesterday, Honourable Speaker, as I said, we had 8 hours with the CS, with this team. And actually about 7 honourable members were not able to make it to the meeting. So I don't know whether it is our own secretary which is not...
Whether you are a chair or a committee or the vice chair, but you can't, I mean, you can't come at, after 45 minutes and you want to start raising up your hand. When you don't know the time when the House sits. You know, it's not right. Because the members, there's a lot that has been said. Now you start taking us back. And that's what I've encouraged chairs. When a member doesn't come in good time, just drop the question. Don't even waste time. Drop. Those are the rules. In fact, what you're saying, Honorable Makali, if the chair or the vice chair, they are at the appointed time, and the member who is asking the question has not arrived, you just drop it. You call it once, first time, call it, you move to the next, move to the others, move to the other, second round. If the member is not there, drop. Let them come and complain. But this is again only if the member has been notified. The Secretariat must go the extra mile to ensure that the members whose questions appear on the order paper before that particular committee are present. But you see, the rules to go is like we've done with the question by the member for Trans Nzoia. Notwithstanding the spirited effort by our very good friend, the Honorable John Mwashiali, the question has to be dropped. And it will have to go to the tail end of all others which have been asked. Those are the rules, so that people learn to look, first of all, look at what is on the website, parliamentary website. That's assuming you don't want to check on Sunday or Saturday or Friday. But if you are so busy with the villagers, but surely tell them to allow you on Mondays to check. Yes, indeed, they are your employers. Yeah, they are your employers, but they must also allow you to represent them, because you ask the questions on their behalf. Tell them there's something which is so critical, which I asked on your behalf, that I must go and ask in Parliament. So, Vice Chair, Administration of National Security, that issue of Moyale, fresh, you remember the response that came, which everybody who listened to it agreed was really, unbecoming and quite insensitive even to the people of Moyale.
From 7 days to 1 day. Honorable Speaker, the budget making process, we have had it from August last year. So this is basically towards the tail end of this process, Honorable Speaker. And when we are doing the appropriations bill, it's basically to give legal anchorage to what we pronounce ourselves on Thursday, here in the evening, when we did the Committee of Supply. So, Honorable Speaker, we have been having this process ongoing, and that is the reason we are requesting that we reduce the publication period from 7 days to 1 day, basically because we have been able to deal with this matter. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, we are heading towards the end of the financial year. We only have about 5 days. Honorable Speaker, I beseech the House to agree with us, and then so that we can reduce the publication period. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and request the Majority Leader to second.
Leader Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to second. I think this is a very straightforward matter. It's in line with our traditions and customs within the House that we don't have to wait for a whole 7 days to go through something we have already agreed just the other day. And hence, to unlock the process that we do it, I would urge the House that we actually reduce this publication. Perhaps even in future, we might have to reduce legally the publication period, that it can be within a day, so that we don't have to keep and have to do it, because it's so straightforward. We passed the debate, we passed the schedule, it's been translated into this appropriation bill, and the rest is for members now to be able to internalize and see if there's anything that we need to discuss within the next couple of minutes. With those, I beg to second.
The member who is a member for Yatta? A member for Yatta, you are on record as always providing answers behind the tent. So I hope you are not behind the tent. Honourable members, I propose a question, which is that notwithstanding the provision of standing under 120, this House resolves to reduce the publication period of the Appropriations Bill, National Assembly Bill number 31 of 2021, from 7 days to 1 day. Desire of the House, I put the question, which is that notwithstanding the provisions of standing under 120, this House resolves to reduce the publication period of the Appropriations Bill, National Assembly Bill number 31 of 2021, from 7 days to 1 day. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I think, honourable members, even as we deal with this, I think the suggestion made by the Leader of Majority maybe should be one of the issues, appropriations. But it looks like not everybody in the country appreciates what an appropriations bill does, Honorable John Bundy, because you hear some people saying the appropriation bill of 2018 and 2019, that the speakers of the two houses go and regularize them. And the people making those orders are beneficiaries of what those two acts did. You know? Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting. Let's proceed to the next order.
Order number 9, the Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 31 of 2021, first reading. A bill for an act of Parliament to authorize the issue of a sum of money out of the consolidated fund and its application towards the service of the year ending 30th June 2022, and to appropriate that sum and a sum voted on account by the National Assembly for certain public services and purposes.
Next order.
Order number 10, the Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 31 of 2021, second reading.
Chair, Budget and Appropriations Committee.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the members of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, and as mandated by Article 221 of the Constitution, Section 39 of the PF, Public Finance Management Act 2012, and Standing Order 240B, it is my issues that we have already dealt with. All what we are doing today is to give the legal anchorage of what we passed through the resolution. Honorable Speaker, members, of course, may note that the resolution passed on Thursday, 17th June 2021, through the Committee of Supply, approved expenditure estimates for the Finance Bill, Honorable Speaker, of 2021. The committee held one meeting. Honorable Speaker, the allocation for the public hearing domiciled in the National Treasury be moved in respective implementing ministries, as well as allocation of Kenya shilling 25 million for the new KPCU that was wrongly praised and that needs to be moved to Kenya National Trading Corporation. In this regard, Honorable Speaker, I would like to inform the House that I will be moving amendments in the Committee of the whole House. Honorable Speaker, on the public hearing, Honorable Speaker, we have a kitty of 1.2 billion shillings, which of course I will also be tabling. Honorable Speaker, despite the Cabinet Secretary directive during his public pronouncement here of the budget policy highlights and revenue-raising measures for the national government, that all pending bills by national agencies be cleared immediately, they continue to present a significant challenge in almost all sectors of the budget. Honorable Speaker, this has a negative impact to the economy, as most of the businesses are having challenges settling their debts. In fact, most of the businesses, Mr. Speaker, and members can attest, have also closed down. Others have been auctioned. Honorable Speaker, this is an issue that has been coming out every time, Honorable Speaker, we have interaction either with the State Department or with the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury. And when he was here, he gave a directive that all ministries, departments, and agencies must clear pending bills, including county governments, must clear pending bills by the 30th of this June. However, that was not followed by actual commitment, because all these financing must be budgeted for. But unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, when we looked at the agencies, they are not proceeding, basically because there are some pending bills that have not been paid. And I think it's a high time we deal with that matter, because for sure, Mr. Speaker, is a time bomb. Honorable Speaker, the fourth one is that the total cost of stalled projects, Honorable Speaker, is 9 trillion. Honorable implemented to ensure enforcement of PFM and Treasury guidelines. Honorable Speaker, going forward, no new projects should be introduced before completion of ongoing projects. Honorable Speaker, this has been a rhetorical question all the time, Honorable Speaker, so that the MDAs that are in the productive sector of the economy should not continue getting limited resources. You know, for example, the State Department Speaker, the country must tighten its belt and limit its spending to high priority areas in order to ensure that the citizens' most urgent needs are being met in an effective and cost-effective manner. Honorable Speaker, the schedule of the Appropriations Bill 2021, as per the resolution of this House, Honorable Speaker, that was done on Thursday, 17th, 2021, through the Committee of Supply. And we recommend, Honorable Speaker, that this House resolves to approve the attached schedule in the Appropriations Bill 2021-2022, and also approves the National Treasury finalizing the required budget document as per the PFM Act on the detailed estimate. Honorable Speaker.
Majority did say, and of course the mover of the motion, this House did consider the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee and passed it with amendments. And later, with the coming into force of the 2010 Constitution, before the 2010 Constitution, we used to have what we call vote on account, where whenever we reached 30th of June, with the appropriations bill still in process, Parliament or National Assembly could allow the government to draw some money from the consolidated fund to meet expenses as we wait for the appropriations bill to be passed. However, Mr. Speaker, 2010 Constitution made it mandatory that appropriations bill must be passed by Parliament before before you allow on vote on account. So the only time that vote on account can be allowed is if the appropriation bill would take time to be signed by the President, which really does not happen because the President has no reason to delay with the appropriation bill. So this thing has actually made it very tidy for the budgetary process, that now we are in a system where I just want to conclude by asking and urging the House that we finish this quickly so that we can go to the Committee of the Whole House, which again we should finish quickly, and we move now to the main agenda.
Well, let's, Honorable Kato, Chair of Defense, you want to contribute to it?
Very little, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for indulging me. I can see the mood of the House. They really want us to progress to the next order. But, Mr. Speaker, I fully that my committee oversight, that is the Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of Affairs, Mr. Speaker, which is vote, just a minute, it is vote, yes, 1052, Mr. Speaker, approximating or anticipating that they will collect 550 from appropriation in aid. And you see the only source of appropriation in aid here is the issuance of visas, Mr. Speaker. And there before, Mr. Speaker, this money when was collected at the missions abroad, it used to be spent at those missions to actually mitigate the shortcoming or the shortfall of their budgets. But nowadays, Mr. Speaker, whatever they collect at the missions abroad is remitted direct to National Treasury, Mr. Speaker. But my problem is that then if we want these visa or funds in terms of appropriation in aid to be collected, they collect in excess of what is their budget gap, Mr. Speaker. Because when you go to these missions abroad, they need so much, Mr. Speaker, for them to run their activities. And it's for the benefit of this country. Therefore, I would actually request the Budget Committee, maybe together with my committee, that in future there should be a policy that we allow this mission to generate this appropriation in aid and appropriation in aid. But there is a problem, Mr. Speaker, here. RDAs, Regional Development Authorities in the country, there are 6 in number, and they cover the whole Kenya, Mr. Speaker.
Let's hear there's a point of order.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm just listening to Honorable Kato, the Chair of Defense. And what he is raising, Honorable Speaker, he should have raised it in the Committee of Supplies. Because when he brings it now here, and he had an opportunity to even appear before the Budget Committee and make those kinds of requests, I think it's unfair to those those departments which is representing if he has just to make statements in the floor.
I think the Honorable Dr. Pokose, my very good friend, should learn to listen. I've been here twice, many, as the time he has been here. And you know, he was actually going to standing order number 95. He's an expert in that. But Mr. Speaker, what I was saying, there are just proposals that this House can actually come up with the policies. I'm not saying at this stage, because we will not amend the current bill as it is, Mr. Speaker. So, in terms of RDS, You know, these RDS can generate a lot of appropriation in aid. What we need just to do is to provide them with seed money to start those projects. Then they can actually be very good in terms of revenue and allow the House to move to the next stage. I support.
Let's have it.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank all my colleagues, all the members. Honorable Speaker, we have prosecuted this issue through the process, Honorable Speaker, and I forever indebted to all the members who made the contribution, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, with those very few remarks, I beg to reply.
Honourable members, confirming that there is a quorum still in the House, I therefore will proceed to put the question, which is that the Appropriations Bill, National Assembly Bill number 31 of 2021, be now read a second time. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. That, now, honourable members, before we go to the next order, I think do it tomorrow afternoon. Yeah.
A bill for an act of Parliament to authorize the issue of a sum of money out of the consolidated fund and its application towards the service of the year ending 30th June 2022, and to appropriate that sum and a sum voted on account by the National Assembly for certain public services and purposes.
Next order.
Order number 11, the
ways and means of financing the supply, what you've already supplied or claim to supply. Chairperson, Honorable Dwele, you are on the point of order?
Speaker, looking at the order paper, you know, everything we are doing this afternoon, from the appropriation bill to the finance bill to supplementary, belongs to one arm of government, that is the National Treasury. I think it's also incumbent upon the leader of majority and the chair budget to also take their time, go to the back office, and ask why the minister is not releasing his checker to the legislature. I mean, it is very embarrassing to be on the newspapers, and it is true. I mean,
no, I think, can I give you comfort? I think of course, I don't like being drawn into those things, but I had to get involved. So I think that is sorted. That is sorted. It is sorted. Let's get there. But I think the more important aspect is that really it should never get to that. It should never get to that. They cannot be expecting the National Assembly to deal with all these other issues they are requesting when they are, it's like not appreciating that you have to survive to be able to breathe and breathe hard. Chair Finance, Honorable Wanga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2021, be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, as I begin, let me thank the Committee on Finance and National Planning for their dedication and the work that they have put in to ensure that the committee has a report shared with the House in good time. Honorable Speaker, for the record, the Finance Bill was published on 5th May 2021 and read a first time on Tuesday, 11th May 2021, and thereafter committed to our committee. The bill sets out revenue-raising measures for the national government and amends specific tax laws and other statutes for effective collection of revenue as relates to the budget of the fiscal year 2021-2022. Honorable Speaker, this finance bill, which is essentially an omnibus, seeks to amend the Income Tax Act, Cap 470, the Value-Added Tax Act, number 23 of 2013, the Excise Duty Act 2015, the Tax Procedures Act 2015, the Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act 2016, the Capital Markets Act, the Insurance Act, the KRA Act, the Retirement Benefits Act, and the Central Depositories Act. Honorable Speaker, this finance bill is done at a very delicate time when Treasury and members of this House have to balance between cushioning Kenyans from the COVID-19 pandemic, but at the same time raising sufficient revenue to fund or to finance the 3.6 trillion budget or the supply that we have just done, which the Budget Committee has just concluded through the Appropriation bill. Honorable Speaker, again for the record, because a lot of people for their patriotism, and one such stakeholder is Ernst & Martin, who's a young Kenyan who at every point comes to participate and brings views to protect, wananchi, but also to protect government from leakage of revenue, and we really want to thank him. That, among several stakeholders, Association of Manufacturers, KEPSA, and others, who are always there to make presentations. We listened, Honorable Speaker, to a total of 34 stakeholders orally. And Honorable Speaker, there were many, many views that were proposed. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the finance bill, clause 2 of the finance bill seeks to reintroduce definition of is considered to have control. If a person has advanced a loan of at least 70%, that person is considered. And then there is also the other issue that committee also discussed at length, which is the F part of that clause, saying that if a person supplies at least 90% of the purchases of another company, then that's, if company X supplies at least 90% to company Y, then company X is considered to have control of company Y. But the question that we raised is that really a practical form of control? An example is people who supply specialized equipment or services. For example, Boeing and Kenya Airways. Boeing supplies 100% of the planes owned by Kenya Airways. Can Boeing be considered, just by virtue of that supply relationship, to have control of Kenya Airways? So the committee will be proposing declaring small profits, then that means a reduction in the taxes. So, Honorable Speaker, we listened to several views on this matter of control. Some even said we should delete this entire definition of control, but the committee did not agree. The committee will be making amendments to just streamline the issue of supply and purchase as factors of control, but will not be agreeing. Interest earned on them are exempt from income tax, and they can be used to finance projects as listed. Honorable Speaker, the reason we are defining the infrastructure bond in the Income Tax Act is to clarify the type of bonds that can qualify for exemption from income tax or interest earned on enables users to sell or provide services or goods to other properties or other users. Honorable Speaker, a lot of transactions are currently going on digitally. And one of the amendments that have been made or that are being proposed is not just to talk about selling online, but also to introduce the term electronically. Why? Is because a company such as Netflix is not selling. There was a lot of fear among our local young emerging business people saying that now digital service tax is being levied on us, but this bill has clearly outlined the fact that the digital service tax will only be paid by non-residents. So if you're Amazon, if you're Netflix, if you're others operating outside, you will pay the digital service tax. Because those who are operating locally are already in the view of KRA, and they will already be charged the local taxes as they accrue. Honorable Speaker, the bill also seeks to repeal the current provision on thin capitalization rules based to Company Y, and Company Y lends Company X money and charges very high interest rates of, say, 30 or 40%. Any interests paid currently are deductible when you're when you're doing your taxation or you're calculating your profits. But right now, the provision that is being made is such that the interest deductible will only be allowable up to 30% if you're dealing with related parties. So only up to 30% of interest will be allowed to be deducted from the amount for your profits. Honorable Speaker, the only exemption that the committee is proposing to make is for institutions where interest is their business, such as banks, any institutions registered under the Banking Act, and micro, small, and medium enterprises, so that MSMEs are not adversely affected by this rule. Honorable Speaker, the bill introduces a country-by-country reporting requirement on Kenyan headquarters multinationals, referred to in the bill as the ultimate parent entity. Kenyan headquarters multinationals are organizations such as KCB, Equity. Speaker, under the VAT Act, the bill seeks to change the VAT status of exportation of taxable services. But this means consultancies, this means our transporters, the people who presented strongly to us were transporters of goods who transport goods from Kenya to Uganda, for example, or Tanzania or the region, or DRC. If you remove them from the zero rate, then they become non-competitive in the region. Somebody will just go and establish in Tanzania, their trucks will come from Tanzania and transport goods here and go back. So the committee has made a consideration for this, and while the other services have been retained, the transportation services have specifically been retained or are proposed to be retained as zero-rated. And I'm glad that Treasury also do not have a problem with this, because immediately we are going to have a shift, because this is transport, this is moving, this is mobile. I can easily be headquartered in Uganda and still bring goods here. So if we do this to our transporters, our transportation sector, especially at the coast, moving goods across, will have a problem. So the committee has strongly considered that reduction, that amendment to keep this as zero-rated transport other than by air or sea. In order to address our tax expenditures, the committee has agreed with the proposal with Treasury on the proposals to change status by removing from the items from exemption a series of items there. You will see them on the bill. Most of them we have agreed, but we have also agreed with a long series of items that have been added to the exemption list, and these are mostly medical. These are mostly medical items. Honorable Speaker, the long-COVID vaccine without syringes, because it's not an oral vaccine. So the committee proposes to return syringes to the list of exempt items, because it is important to keep them there, especially during this COVID period. The other item that the committee has proposed to retain is infant baby formula, a matter that Honorable Shakil is very passionate about, because he has 4 young infants, and he says he spends a huge sum of money on just the formula every week. Because ordinary bread, Honorable Speaker, is a staple for most families in Kenya today. Honorable Speaker, ordinary bread should just be allowed to remain, the committee proposes that it's allowed to remain zero rated, because even if you say that you are moving it to exempt, and you say the government is going to raise revenue, the revenue you're raising is just going to be put on the wananchi. So therefore, we are just going to raise the cost of bread, Honorable Speaker. So gap or hole in the revenue raising plan, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, bread is one of them, fly is another of them, Honorable Speaker. Deleted so that Parliament retains its power in dealing with the issue of regulations for VAT, and Parliament, so that Parliament, on behalf of all the people we represent, can have oversight over this very critical matter. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of excise duty, the bill was proposing to amend rate of excise duty on motorcycles from 11,608 to 15% of the excise value. Honorable Speaker, while the Treasury made a spirited explanation on this matter, it might be a bit too complicated for it to be understood now. And we fear that vendors might take advantage just of that change to overcharge motorcycle vendors. So we felt that since it is not even raising that much more revenue, we should remove it and have a better explanation so that as we move forward with the previous position. Honorable Speaker, the committee is unanimous that we need to support the border industry, which has contributed significantly in youth employment. So that particular proposal on motorcycles, the committee, even though, you know, it might not be adverse, but it needs to be explained better so that when it is introduced when it is understood by everybody. Honorable Speaker, the bill seeks to reintroduce excise duty on locally manufactured confectionery. Locally manufactured confectionery. This is a sector that is a very, very big employer for many, many Kenyans, Honorable Speaker. The committee feels that we need to protect the local manufacturers, but maybe increase excise on imported sugar and confectionery items so that we protect the local manufacturers, but we excise higher from 20 shillings per kilo to 35 shillings per kilo for imported confectionery. That way, we can protect our local jobs and our local industries, while at the same time, still raising revenue in this sector. I hope that the House will agree with us on that particular matter. Honorable Speaker, we must deal with the issue of betting, Honorable Speaker, and the proposal was made for 20%. The committee even proposes to lift this further to 30% and distribute it, Honorable Speaker, among all the areas of betting. Betting, if you look at the Betting and Lotteries Act, has 4 segments. It has betting, it has gaming, it has prize competition. This prize competition is the one where people call and say, send this much, you will get this much, which is a growing form of gambling, Honorable Speaker. And then there is the lotteries, especially the non-charitable lotteries. So the committee proposes to increase this even to 30%, but distribute it among all the 4 sectors of betting, so that it is carried by everybody, not just by one person. Honorable Speaker, the committee will be making those proposals. Honorable Speaker, as I go towards the end, there is the matter of how long documents should be retained by taxpayers. And the bill was seeking to move it from 5 years to 7 years. But Honorable Speaker, in this era of digitization, really, there would be no need for KRA to require taxpayers to keep documents, to bear the burden of keeping documents for 7 years, Honorable Speaker. So the committee did not agree with that proposal and proposes to just retain it at 5 years. But also another interesting reason that came up, Honorable Speaker, is, you know, regimes change in this country every 5 years. Therefore, if in the 6th year the former regime, the new regime wants to catch up with people from the former regime, they will just say, bring your documents because you're supposed to keep them for 7 years. And therefore, they catch up with you and they can really take you round in circles. Honorable Speaker, there is an important matter on the tax procedures where the Tax Procedures Act, where this bill seeks to let me just find it. It's clause 33. It says that where the commissioner notifies a taxpayer that an application for refund has been ascertained in accordance with subsection 3 and applies the refund to the payment of an outstanding tax, or interest or penalties, or B, interest or penalties shall not accrue on the amount applied to the payment of the outstanding tax from the date of notification. Now the trick is, if KRA notifies you that they owe you, from that day of notification, there is no interest accruing on your part. What the committee is proposing to do with this particular clause, which is, it's a good clause, but the committee is stating the committee on its consideration of the finance bill, and the committee is grateful to the officers of the Speaker, of the Clerk of the National Assembly for the logistical and technical support. The committee further wishes to thank all stakeholders who submitted their...
For giving me an opportunity to second this bill, the Finance Bill 2021. At the onset, Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank and congratulate my chair for very adequately and ably moving the bill. Mr. Speaker, I'll just point out or emphasize a few of the points the chair might have left out. And this includes, Mr. Speaker, that the bill also seeks to increase the rate of withholding tax upon payment of service fees to non-resident subcontractors operating in the extractive industries from 5.625% to 10%. This applies to non-resident subcontractors who do not have a Kenyan permanent establishment. Mr. Speaker, I also want to emphasize that the bill seeks to reintroduce exercise. The bill was reintroducing excise duty, hawkers, local industries, etc. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to inform the members and reiterate that we are not adding duty, excise on borders because we intend to promote and protect the border industry for the ease of communication. Every year, Mr. Speaker, Kenya is registering about 20,000 borders, and they have been very helpful in linking Kenyans to points of destination, marketplaces, etc. Mr. Speaker, we also wish to inform you, Mr. Speaker, and the members that in the proposed amendments, KRA seeks to increase the maximum reward to a person who provides information leading to the identification of unassessed taxes from 100,000 to 500,000, and information leading to recovery up to 2 million of... Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendment seeks to increase the maximum reward to a person who provides information leading to the identification of unassessed taxes from 100,000 to 500,000, and information leading to recovery from Kenya shillings 2 million to 5 million. The informal reward is an important component of enhancing tax compliance, as it encourages informers to provide intelligence Mr. Speaker, we are also supporting RBA, Retired Benefits Authority, Mr. Speaker, with an amendment which seeks to include post-retirement medical cover in the definition of retirement benefit as used in the RBA Act in order to facilitate the authority to formulate regulations for registration and regulation of standalone and umbrella post-retirement medical funds. The proposed amendment seeks to require corporate trustee that provide services to pension schemes to be registered by Retirement Benefit Authority for the purpose of regulating them. Mr. Speaker, we also seek to empower the RBA to be able to help the pension schemes to recover monies held by defaulters. We give them authority even to attach. And this, Mr. Speaker, will particularly be directed to those government organizations like the universities, the former Lab Trust and Lab Fund, which organizations have been denied a lot of money from contributions of former local government workers. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I wish to second.
Even as I propose this question, there is some interesting observation I want to make. That notwithstanding that the chair of budget finance committee is a lady, there's only one more lady in the chamber. Is it that matters to do with finance, they don't ring bells in... I mean, surely. Yet it is commendable that the chair of finance committee has moved quite eloquently this report of this committee. They want money. From where? Anyhow, but honourable members, I think it is disgusting to notice that.
For that and elaborate moving of the motion. Mr. Speaker, as members will realize that this time round, when we were passing the budget estimates, the revenue projection for the government was very conservative, very modest compared to previous years. And if you are wondering why, then the solution or the answer is in the finance bill. If you look at this year's finance bill, the proposals and suggestions for various tax measures is very conservative. There are no major changes that only non-residents will be paying it. Mr. Speaker, members may wonder, Kenyans may worry about what is this non-resident. Mr. Speaker, if you go to Income Tax Acts, you will find the definition of residents and non-residents. And by the way, there is a distinction, there is a complete difference between a resident and a citizen. In fact, you can become a resident by just coming to this country and living for 183 days in a year, and you become a resident. So the chair, explaining it, Mr. Speaker, many business people have used this provision to avoid tax. And by the way, tax avoidance is not illegal. It is very legal. So people look for ways of avoiding tax, but it is not moral because you are denying Kenyans taxes that we need for service delivery. And so, looking at this whole question of related parties, especially in terms of interest paid, which becomes tax deductible. And then now, if I have two companies, as the chair explained, Company X and Y, and the Company X, because they are making huge profits as compared to Company Y, they may decide to sell or to purport to sell money to Company Y, which then they would charge high interest, and that high interest is not taxable is deducted for tax purposes. So to avoid this, we must cushion, we must put a cap so that it is not left for unscrupulous business people who we provide a conducive environment for them to do business, and after making huge profits, they decide to use the many companies that they own to avoid tax, and there will be legality in law, but immorality in terms of being a responsible citizen. And Mr. Speaker, I think the chair did explain what is investment allowance deductible. I don't want to go there. I also want to agree on the issue of NHIF. All insurance, if you get to pay insurance premium in the country, we know that insurance premium is deductible. But now when it comes to National Hospital Insurance Fund, because it's also an insurance, it is not. So this is discriminatory, and I think the government has made the right move to bring in this also to those payments that are allowable for tax purposes. Mr. Speaker, I want to disagree a bit on the issue of reducing the number of employees employers need to employ for them to qualify, for these organizations to qualify for tax relief. I think 10 to me is a reasonable number, because if we lower it again too much, it is not going to motivate these companies or institutions to employ, because the idea here is to employ more Kenyans, to give more Kenyans opportunity to practice or to offer services and for some pay. So if you lower it to 5, and that is enough, I think we need to motivate by putting a little higher number that you require to employ for you to qualify, to meet the threshold. So to me, I thought the committee should reconsider retaining the number at 10. And Mr. Speaker, sorry, I almost called you Madam Speaker, I don't know why. Mr. Speaker, forgive me for that. On the issue of bread, I agree totally, and we must just insist that the bread must be zero rated. I know many members may, or Kenyans out there who have no finance background may wonder what is the difference between zero rating and exemption. If a commodity is zero rated, it means the input tax is also claimable. Like right now, we are talking about bread. If bread is zero rated, it means that the wheat, if wheat was taxed, wheat that went into making bread, if it was taxed, the person selling bread will claim back the amount of tax that was paid on wheat. But if it is exempt, it means he will not charge tax on bread, but any tax that was paid subsequent, preceding the manufacture of bread will not be claimed. That tax will form part of the cost of bread. So exemption compared to zero rating is better than exemption because it makes the cost of bread cheaper. And so let us not look at exemption thinking now bread is exempted. No. It is being removed from zero rating to exemption, which disadvantages the consumer because the final bearer of the cost will be the consumer. So I agree completely that we must retain bread at zero rated, in the zero rated bracket. Mr. Speaker, power of Parliament. This one we must just say no. I don't even understand how the CS can ask Parliament to surrender the power we have in setting the VAT rates to the Treasury. It cannot happen. Mr. Speaker, that cannot be the spirit of Article 210 of the Constitution that allowed this House to be legislating on the taxes and fees paid, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is mischievous because for the CS Treasury to ask this, it means he has realized that this Parliament is not a joke, that this Parliament, for you to convince them to vary the VAT rates, is not easy. And by the way, there is no taxation without representation. So you cannot ask Parliament to surrender power to charge VAT or to vary the VAT rates. Bring those rates to Parliament for approval. And the people's represent, like right now, what would have happened, have absolute powers in setting up the rates for the rates for the VAT rates, varying them, changing them, or imposing VAT should be exclusive mandate and responsibility of the people's representatives. That is why the people of Kenya brought us here, to sit in this house and legislate on matters that concern them. And there is nothing that could concern Kenyans more than taxing them. Taxing Kenyans is the most important thing that Kenyans would want us to participate in. Mr. Speaker, as I move to conclude, I also want to agree that the betting had some issues. It's discrimination. Because when you listen to radio stations, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure it cuts across all languages, there is a lot of betting going on. You hear them announcing products of you. If you do this, you pay 100 shillings, 200 shillings. After every 2 hours, you're earning 100,000, you're earning 500,000. All this must be brought into the tax bracket so that there is uniformity. Finally, Mr. Speaker, on issues of accounting documents, I still want to persuade the committee to reconsider rejecting the proposal by the ministry to move it to 7 years. I think we need to keep our records for sufficient amount of time. Even if another government comes into place, in fact, the more reason why we should keep documents, so that if you think you are in office and once you leave, you do bad things in office, and once you leave, nobody will follow you. You must know that documents that you started dealing with in year one, the first day in your office, will land in someone's hands immediately you leave office. People must be accountable. We must be held. In fact, if we could even insist in keeping records for 10 years, the better, so that people keep records. If there was misappropriation, embezzlement of funds, or whatever you might have done during your tenure, it lands into some other office or officer's hands to deal with you. Because they don't even know why they bore us with these fake stories of how people rose from grass to grace. What my friend Chungwa here would call a hustler. It doesn't make sense. People must make money genuinely. Mr. Speaker, I will go there because I have my chance. You will speak. But what I'm saying, I'm not targeting anyone. What I'm saying in short, please make money in a procedural manner. Be rich through hard work. Don't be rich by stealing, then you tell us that you are a charcoal seller. Now you are owning what and what. I don't want to mention the building because really I don't want to be personal here. But what I am communicating, Mrs. Competing to be who is who in this country and who owns what. Who? Mr. Speaker, who owns Kenya will not help you. You will just die like the rest of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I support the Finance Bill 2021, and this is in consistence with the court ruling. I'm sure Honorable Bandi and Honorable Kimunya and many who are in this house, they will agree with me that the Finance Bill used to be debated and approved in the month of September. But because the court said, and they have changed through a court ruling the processing of the Finance Bill in the Excise Duty, in Tax Procedure Act, in miscellaneous levies and taxes, it touches on the Capital Market Authority. And Mr. Speaker, if you allow me tomorrow, I will have my say on this Capital Market Authority as a regulator, because they are the eyes and the ears of investors. They are supposed to create and maintain and regulate capital markets in line with Section 11(1)(d) of the Capital Markets Act, that any investor who issues securities which are traded under their supervision must be fair. And, Mr. Speaker, it's tomorrow that I will ask the House, through you, that the matter of investors, Kenyan investors losing under the watch of the regulator be discussed. Speaker, let me just look at the summary. Of course, my colleagues, the chair has spoken about this infrastructure bond, in which the bill, clause 2, is being redefined, the definition of what is an infrastructure bond. And this amendment aims at clarifying that only interest on income from infrastructure bonds for the maturity of a certain period of time, and it says 3 years, will be exempted from income tax. I think this is an important aspect in terms of financing our infrastructure facility, whether it is in health, in water, in roads, in energy. Mr. Speaker, let me look at the expansion of the tax rebate for the apprenticeship of the technical and vocational college graduates. And I don't know why the chair wants to amend it to 5 persons. Because clause 10 of the bill, Mr. Speaker, says that an employer who hires at least technical and vocational education training students for a period of either 6 months to 1 year will get that tax rebate. So I think I will ask the chair of the committee, let us leave at that 10, so that more students are hired. I think in the law that we passed, maybe 2 years ago, it was at least 10 university students. So for university students, it is 10. So let us maintain the 10. And this is a great news, Mr. Speaker, to students graduating from our technical and vocational institutions in which this government has invested. Speaker, there is something in this bill, a move towards private electricity companies. This bill in clause 2, in clause 12, subclause E, proposes to remove the current requirement, because there's a current requirement that electricity has to be supplied to the national grid for generations of the same that will fall under the definition of manufacture. You manufacture electricity and you sell it and you use the national grid as the infrastructure that will be used. And this is, under the bill now, under 12E, it becomes a prerequisite, a condition to qualify for investment deduction on a number of issues that you need for an investor to put in, either on equipment, on machinery, on the buildings that are used in the manufacture of this power. Speaker, in my opinion, this amendment is that any person, now the interpretation, any person investing in electricity generation for private business, and there are people who do it, big companies that consume 2, 3, 4, 5 megawatts, they can manufacture their own electricity for private business use, or there are people who sell to persons of their choice. I can manufacture and sell to Honorable Bandi, who's my neighbor, Honorable KJ. So that is what 12E is more specific about. And they will now qualify, the bill is saying, they will qualify for investment deduction on cost. This is likely to open, Mr. Speaker, a window for licensing of private electricity companies. And this amendment, Mr. Speaker, we need to support it, because it will also reduce these monopolistic tendencies of Kenya Power and Lighting. Because if there are investors who can supply power to a certain locality, of course now we have off-grid, then I think we must support it so that the Kenya Power Company can either compete competitively. Mr. Speaker, the thing that I cannot imagine, and Honorable Bandi has talked about, is on scrapping of the pre-approval of VAT regulation by the National Assembly. Speaker, this touches on the core of the constitutional principle of separation of powers. The minister cannot sit in the executive and wants to perform powers in the legislature. Speaker, that we should not allow it. And even if the president returns it with a veto power, I want to urge my colleagues, let us raise the 2/3 number to reject that veto. Because every arm of government, the Constitution has donated powers to every arm of the three arms of government. Nobody should become a squatter. Nobody should steal. Nobody should. And the Speaker, this is a very dangerous. That the minister can sit in his boardroom and vary VAT on various items without a recourse to this House. The Speaker, the National Assembly will be guilty, and this House will go into record of abdicating their constitutional duty by allowing any other person, including the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury, to impose any form of taxation, levies, and fees on the people we represent. The Speaker, this is an affront on the separation of powers, and we, as members of this House, we must protect what the Constitution has given us. So, Speaker, of course, the imposition of 16% on VAT on bread, basically, from exempt to zero rating, is that bread will be now charged 16%. Speaker, under these COVID conditions, bread is a basic food. And Mr. Speaker, this proposal is to subject ordinary bread to VAT is likely to affect ordinary citizens. Mr. Speaker, finally, the abolition on amnesty on tax on rentals. This amendment implies that any property owner who wants to claim amnesty on rental will rely on Section 37D, the of the Tax Procedure Act. The Speaker.
Member for Kisumu East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, the appropriation bill that we just passed specifies the quantum of purposes and how to withdraw money. It is not straightforward as was being stated. I refer now to the finance bill, which contains the provisions on financing the expenditure of government. I want to first suggest that all types of budget, even the one we make at home, what we should have been doing is either zero-based budgeting or performance-based budgeting or some sort of accrual system of budgeting, not incremental budgeting that the way this is happening. However, let's go back to the finance bill. On the finance bill, there are a number of issues that I wish to support. Firstly, I want to say, Mr. Chair, that I'm a member of the Finance Committee and a ranking member at that. I think only my dear, the father of the House, Honorable Jimmy Ngweni, has been there longer than I have. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to state categorically that I have been a member of the Finance Committee since 2007. And I want to take my hat off and acknowledge that the best finance and the most effective committee that we have had is this present one under the chairman of Gladys Wanga. We had our doubts, but I think she has come through with a sterling performance. She has been able to hold us together. Never, Mr. Chair, have I ever seen a whole finance committee, all of us, 100% there in a workshop, working flat out. It's because of the leadership that we have been given, and I want to acknowledge, I take my hat off to the Gladys Wanga, my chair, and my members of the Finance Committee. Madam, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, sir, as I said, I've been in the Finance Committee.
It can't be, madam. It must never be. It can never be.
Okay. I have been in the Finance Committee now for 14 or 13 years. I have never found the sort of effectiveness we have now. Our previous chairs sometimes kept us in the dark, even made deals just there, one few minutes before it was passed. I remember one case where the betting act came, and we had agreed as a committee to go one way. The chair of the committee, for some reason, which we leave to him and his conscience, changed some of our decisions. So I think, Mr. Speaker, sir, on the Finance Committee, the role of Parliament is clear. With the Finance Committee, the finance bill, our role is clear. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the 10th Parliament, the Finance and Planning, it was the Finance and Planning Committee. It was then changed. Finance was on one side, and then the Budget and Appropriation went the other. Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, sir, it appears that we began to lose control. We began to cede our powers. We were now being under capture of the Treasury, under capture of government. As much as we appreciate that the government has a role to play, we as the legislature are the overseers. We have to control and make sure our operations go in the way they are meant to go. Mr. Speaker, I was sad to say that the previous finance committees and the budget committee that we have come through had become just an extended arm of the executive. I am now pleased to see that each of these committees are now making a mark, and I'm proud to be part and parcel of this committee and also part and parcel of any other such committee. In the budget committee, I take my hat off to them. On the issue of the omnibus bill, Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a tidying up of some of the many the small things that we needed to sort out. On the Finance Committee, on the Finance Bill, one thing that has been forgotten is food security. With food security, we need lesser or zero taxation on agriculture. However, agricultural implements are being charged now VAT. Agricultural inputs are being charged VAT. Uganda, you can go and get chicken eggs from Uganda cheaper than here. Why? Because of the food, the chicken food. Why? Because our agricultural implements are more expensive, our agricultural seed are more expensive, and we have charged taxation where we should not. Our taxation arm, I went to fill our officers in excise and Kenya Revenue Authority did not even have a toilet, and they had to go to Uganda just to go and use the toilet. And if you saw the assets of Uganda and you saw the assets of Kenya, you would be shocked. Simple things are very effective. The issue, Mr. Speaker, sir, of beneficial interest and control is very important. What was happening is control was not being followed with the taxation implication. Now, Mr. Speaker, I remember I just saw something about Camry. One of our senior members, not of Parliament but of society, said that he had lent money, I don't know how many billions, to a particular company, and he had no control over it. This is the sort of thing we are talking about. If you have lent more money to a company, then you control it, and you pay the tax in respect of that. Mr. Speaker, sir, this issue of transfer pricing that my chair brought up and Honorable Badi brought up is very important. Transfer pricing is where these multinationals are killing us. Mr. Speaker, if you go and buy some fries from Kentucky Fried Chicken, it's 200 shillings. You go and buy some fries, chips from another speaker, it is only 30 shillings. but the same potatoes are being purchased from Molo. So the situation is that we must be very particular and to see how the right people are paid taxes. We want taxes for the rich. We want stamp duty. We don't want to go and hit the border. The border is one of the most effective means of transport in this country. I can go from point 1 to point 2. So we need to, we are a Juakali industry. We are a Juakali country. That is how we will become a big industrial country. Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you very much for that time. Thank you. I support.
We shall have Honorable Olesan Kok, David. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity also to add my voice on this very important bill. And from the onset, I support and congratulate Honorable Gladys Wanga for elaborating on most of the issues and being very eloquent in educating us on these issues. Honorable Speaker, as the Honorable Speaker before you had indicated, I'm now happy that we have two more female members of Parliament who have just joined Honorable Danita Gatti to hear us, Honorable Speaker, because it was shocking that they took off immediately when Honorable Wanga took the floor, and especially when we are discussing their tool of trade, that is bread and flour, and they being zero-rated, and they just took off. Honorable Speaker, we can talk of exemptions and collection of taxes if we can broaden the base in which we can collect our taxes without hurting the poor, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we need to protect Kenyan citizens. We are a country that, in terms of our social protection system, are really in dire need, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, solar energy, for instance, should be made very cheap and available, Honorable Speaker. Cooking gas, Honorable Speaker, must also be zero-rated, Honorable Speaker. Paraffin should be reduced, Honorable Speaker, because we are going towards green energy, yet we are introducing taxes on gas, Honorable Speaker. And you know, Honorable Speaker, if you introduce gas, if you introduce taxes on gas, Honorable Speaker, we may be forced, especially for us who are environmentalists, who conserve Mao forest, we may be forced to invade Mao forest to get fire, Honorable Speaker, so that we can remove it, Honorable Speaker, because it is time to remove it, especially when Kenyans are suffering, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in South Rift, we are producers, the highest producers of potatoes, Honorable Speaker, and even eggs, Honorable Speaker. But we are getting eggs being imported from Uganda, potatoes being imported from Tanzania. Honorable Speaker, this is why we need to increase taxes, Honorable Speaker, so that we can protect our citizens, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we also need to protect persons with disabilities. In Kenya, we have 400,000 wheelchair users. That translates to, if each wheelchair costs 30,000, Kenyans are sitting on a metal worth 12 billion, Honorable Speaker, in terms of wheelchair. We have 500,000 caliper users in this country. We have 700,000 crutches users in this country, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and most of these equipments are donations from philanthropists outside this country, Honorable Speaker. And we tax when they donate, Honorable Speaker. Some of these donors have shied away from donating these mobility devices, very important equipments for our people, Honorable Speaker, because they donate and then they are again asked to pay taxes, Honorable Speaker, on what they have donated, Honorable Speaker. So we should also reconsider the issue of zero-rating assistive devices and mobility devices, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, are you aware that if my crutches break here now, I have either to be carried by Kimani Ichung'wah and Honorable Bandi, because those are the people who are my friends in this house, Honorable Speaker, or I crawl out of this house, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker. Because I cannot allow Honorable Wanga to carry me, Honorable Speaker, because you know the hands can do the moving, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker,
So we need really to resurrect this, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have so many Kenyans with corrective. Every year it does 2,000 corrective surgery and actually correct some persons with disability when they are taken early, Honorable Speaker. Their disability is totally corrected, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, so what we are saying is that we should also see that these surgical items for corrective surgeries for Kiwa International, Honorable Speaker, if it is possible, they are also exempted from taxes, Honorable Speaker, so that we save this country. Because if we exempt, we will increase the number of those whose corrective surgery will be performed. And Honorable Speaker, Honorable Kose is arguing with you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm a beneficiary.
Honorable Sankok, what is it, Honorable Dr. Pukose? You know you have mentioned, you have gotten into the medical out. No, he knows. And Honorable Pukose, what is it?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. With all due respect, Honorable Sankok is making a good contribution, but he's misleading the House. And you know, when you're making statements in the floor of the House, Kenyans are watching. It is not just Kichabe that does corrective surgeries. Even our national hospital, Kenyatta National Hospital, Moi Teaching and Referral, Kikuyu Orthopedics, and many other facilities, they do all corrective surgeries. So I think that, Honorable Sangok, for record purposes, with all due respect, I think we need to respect our institutions that are doing similar work within the region.
Honorable Songkok,
thank you very much, Honorable.
You clearly can't engage Honorable Pukose on that one.
No, of course, Honorable Pukase is one of the surgeons that have really performed so many corrective surgery and have assisted so many persons with disability. And himself does it sometimes free of charge, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think the only thing I forgot is that Kijabe, the Kiwa International in Kijabe, money that is carried in sack to churches, Honorable Speaker, some of it go for corrective surgery in Kijabe, Kiwa International, Honorable Speaker. So I think with due respect, Honorable Dr. Kose, I think I made a mistake there. I didn't indicate that it is the only one that does it free of charge without charging anything. In fact, they follow the person that the surgery have been corrected to even the village and even offer physiotherapy services free of charge, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and let us think of 2,600 persons with disability who could have been a burden to the government. Their disability have been corrected completely, and they are no longer a burden to the government. They are not exempted from taxes. They don't import vehicle duty-free. They don't access GACP, Honorable Speaker. It will reduce the burden, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, Ijabe Mission Hospital, Honorable Speaker, by that time, Kiwa International was just a department. Honorable Speaker, I'm now proud because I can walk upright, even if it is with a swag, but at least I can walk upright, Honorable Speaker. Otherwise, I used to crawl, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, the last bit, Honorable Speaker, we cannot give our power to Treasury, Honorable Speaker. We will punish the CS for Treasury for overtaxing Kenyans. Is it the president whose bread is even being paid by the state? But for you, as a member of parliament, Kenyans will punish you if you increase their taxes. So the issue of taxes should remain in this House, Honorable Speaker. VAT should be controlled in this House. I do support, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Maanzo Kitonga, member for Makueni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on this very important piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support it and want to make an observation that one of the things we expected, and I really want to congratulate the chair, she has elaborated issues very clearly, that the whole world now has been affected by COVID, and everyone is looking at the post-COVID era and how to restart the economies. Challenges is environment and its pollution, and in fact there is a world campaign to make sure that there is clean air in many parts of the country. Mr. Speaker, with a very little porous cover, I would have expected there be no exercise or duty, or there be tax exemption, and more important, zero rate, the taxes on on cookie gas, Mr. Speaker. The main reason is if many more Kenyans can afford cookie gas, then it means more trees, less trees will be cut, so that people will use clean energy. They will use gas more. And you see, gas is also related to petroleum products, and it is a matter of this House, Mr. Speaker, and that's why it cannot be controlled from elsewhere, that the petroleum products in Uganda are actually more expensive than the Kenyan petroleum product. That's why at times, Mr. Speaker, almost in the middle of the month, many Kenyans have either worked from home or they have there are fewer cars on the road because they're trying to save on the expenses of petrol. So, and you know, those products affect many more other things, like transportation and generally the cost of products generally in the country. So I think it will make a good case, and this House should look at it when we are doing the third reading, that to come together so that we make sure some of these things which are part of the world arena, like the issue of pollution, the issue of clean, using clean energy, and especially if we promote use of cookie gas, because they are quite, that particular industry has been very creative. We have the small cylinders, we have the big cylinders. So if more families use that, then it means we don't lose on trees, and the vegetation cover will be saved, and then, Mr. Speaker, will be with the rest of the world. One of other matters, Mr. Speaker, which is of very great importance in this matter, is the issue of retirement benefit schemes. Managers, custodians, and administrators to be registered, so that there is a system, Mr. Speaker, and I think this is very, very important. I really want us to work on this, because as many people end up in retirement, and again, it is associated with COVID. You see the younger children in school are stronger, the younger people are stronger, able to survive COVID without much problem. But when you look at the older community, and we've had quite a number of old people in this country. In fact, research has shown that, which has come from the Ministry of Labor, and I've shared it with the Minister for Ministry of Labor, the CS, that in the lower eastern region, they had 95, people who've really lived long, and also in some parts of the Rift Valley. And this was associated with certain eating habits and how the younger people in those homes have taken care of the elderly. So the issue of taking care of the elderly is very, very important, is very beneficial, because they carry historical memories. Some of them saw independence. Some of us were not there during the Independence Day when Kenya, they saw the struggle. And that particular history has to be carried by stories being told to the younger generation. But when we mistreat our retired people, the older people, especially when there is no proper medical care on them, then it means we no longer have them. There are quite a number. So I think the idea of retirement benefits schemes, so that they are well managed, and the people who are in charge of them are well controlled, to make sure that there is no exploitation, and at the same time to make sure that the terms are favorable, so that people can be able to afford medical insurance in that regard, and we take care of our older persons, and make sure that generations and generations benefit, and in fact it reaps blessings to the country. That's one of the issues, Mr. Speaker, which had happened. And Kenyans use bread a lot, so I really want to congratulate the committee and the government for having zero-rated the cost of bread. I think it should remain as such, for quite some time, till the economies peak. The wheat at times is grown locally or even imported to make sure that enough of that. But this is used almost every morning and every other time of the day. And it's a big industry, Mr. Speaker, which also employs a lot of people at this particular moment when industries are closing and a lot of people have lost jobs. I still think while dealing with this, we should encourage the SMEs, the local industry, And one of the challenges of the local industry, and I'm sure, because I'm in the Committee of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, one of the things the Minister of Trade is trying to address is the industrialists who are residents in the country or may not be citizens of this country. But some of them have come to settle here. They have huge investments here. They pay taxes. But when it comes to processing of their documentation in the country, because you see, if you are a resident here and you are not born a Kenyan, and you are doing business here and your papers expire, or when you want to renew your papers, it takes a long time with a lot of activities going on at the migration. And the migration has really done a wonderful job, despite the challenges of COVID and the flow of Kenyans making inquiries, is to make sure that those particular investors in the country have their paperwork processed and the necessary due diligence done in good time, so that the industry can be lifted and can be there to employ more young people. The SMEs promotion, you know, even the border rights, and you know, border people have been very useful in the country and making movement faster, movement of people and the goods. But unfortunately, a lot of people are not careful when driving. And a lot of people have lost their lives, you know, while on a border, out of carelessness, of lack of observation. And also, people steal these borders and they take them across the border, even to reconfigure them into other machines for use in lakes and the water transport. So this is an area really which is employing a lot of young people, which has led into self-employment. It is part of the SMEs, the small and medium enterprises. We need to look at that so that there is more support in the small and medium enterprises, so that people may be. And I really want to repeat that this is important. That's how we are going to restart post-COVID era, so that we can stabilize our economy faster and can be able to normalize production and the movement of goods. Mr. Speaker, I really support this bill and look forward into making more and better amendments during the third reading, so that we could serve Kenyans better, and really insist on separation of powers, and that what is our duty we must do, because we are accountable to the people. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Sotsi Godfrey. Oh, certainly not in the House. Yes, Honorable Pukose is here, but it's not your time. It is Honorable Ashira Kabinga's time.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me a chance to also contribute to this very important bill. Honorable Speaker, last week and today we are debating what is Lire Wajikos, and anybody probably who is not around may not have the authority to talk about Wanjiko out there in as far as money in the pocket is concerned, because this is where we are really putting in our minds together, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this finance bill is brought to this House in a very unique situation that the country is undergoing, and we really want to thank the Committee of Finance for being very tight and ensuring that this bill is as conservative as possible, to ensure that we do not increase the road already on Wanjiko. Honorable Speaker, it is true that traditionally all our finance bills have focused on taxes as a way of meeting the supply for the budget that we have just done. And I think, Honorable Speaker, is a high time that we start now thinking other ways of raising funds so that we can meet our supply without necessarily increasing the burden on Wanjiko in as far as our budgets are concerned. Honorable Speaker, the appropriation bill that we have just passed 30% of it is coming from appropriations in aids. And that's an area that I would urge the Finance Committee to encourage other committees to emphasize on. Nearly all the sectors that we fund, Honorable Speaker, they have a potential to raise funds by themselves. The only problem here, Honorable Speaker, is the misuse of the funds that are generated from most of these departments. If we can put more emphasis and be more careful in whatever we do, we can raise much more from the sectors that we currently fund through our budgets, Honorable Speaker. And in this regard, Honorable Speaker, I, in the Committee on Labor, we are looking seriously into turning NYS into a commercial venture that can generate funds not only for itself, but also to support the budget in this country. And we are looking into the possibility, Honorable Speaker, of using the equipment and the strength that NYS is having currently to not only generate jobs for itself, but also work very closely with some of the international companies that we bring in. And we see no reason why we cannot compel all the companies that come here to extend some 20% or 30% of their jobs to NYS that has the equipment and would be making use of the manpower of our youth who are out there looking for jobs. We shall generate funds, we shall ensure that we engage the youth, and we will also be transferring skills. Honorable Speaker, in my contribution to the budget report, I did not, make a note that most of the companies that we have here, the Chinese companies, are actually owned by the government of China. All we need to do is have the right policies to ensure that some of our government entities can competitively enter into the business market without unfair practices that are going to kill the private sector. And once we go that way, we will have services to our people, generate money, and be able to have a sustainable kind of an environment, Honorable Speaker. So that is one area of appropriation in aids that we need to look at. And I would urge the Finance Committee to work with every committee that would then work with every ministry that they oversight to ensure that we do not just wait for money at the end of the year, but also try as much as possible to make use of the opportunities before them. All of them, they have some opportunities. As I said, this traditional practice of waiting for money and not thinking of how they can generate money is what is killing, Honorable Speaker. We have the Huduma centers and others, and have really clearly shown that we can be able to generate money through them. Honorable Speaker, another non-traditional way of extending our revenue base is to look at areas that like export of labor, Honorable Speaker. And in this market, Honorable Speaker, money would come here, we would have our shilling strengthening, there would be money in the pockets of Wanjiko, small businesses would thrive out there, taxes would be paid, and therefore this country would generate more money. Foreign remittances have the rip-off effect on our budget that is positive, and we need to look at those areas. We need to ask ourselves, how can we reclaim some share from some of these areas, taking care of our people so that when they go there, they do not suffer as we know that they are suffering currently. There are opportunities there, Honorable Speaker, and again, my Committee on Labor will be working very hard in that area, probably because of the short time we have. We are working towards leaving a report in this House, which we believe, if implemented, can increase our current share, which is about 300 billion, to about 1 to 2 trillion in the market. And the potential is there, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, these are some of the areas that we're looking at. I listened very carefully, Honorable Speaker, to the report by the Finance Chair, and I want to thank her. She really picked up in that area, Honorable Speaker, and support fully the idea of zero rating bread. The current proposal to have the exemption, Honorable Speaker, was very clearly articulated by the leader of minority, and we hope that this can be accepted by the Treasury so that we zero rate bread and its associates, including unga, Honorable Speaker, so that again we become friendly to Wanjiko. And this is why I'm saying we cannot be talking about Wanjiko out there when we have these kind of bills in Parliament. Some of our colleagues who talk about it are not here. So, Honorable Speaker, this is the place. This is the place to propose ways and means of getting money to Wanjiko. And I encourage the few guys who are here, because I'm told they are being represented. We are never represented. We represent ourselves, so that when we discuss these ways and means, how we can strengthen our budget and financing, Honorable Speaker, we do it in the House. It is in the House where these things are done. Honorable Speaker, having zero-rated bread, we expect that now there will be more, people will enjoy much more than they have been. Honorable Speaker, before my time is over, I want to touch on imported goods. It is a high time, Honorable Speaker, that we increase taxes of imported goods. And the fact that we are having some of the countries importing our goods should not be a reason to be held hostage. Some of the countries are holding us hostage, that we cannot increase our import taxes because they are importing our goods. Honorable Speaker, I am looking forward to the day when rice from outside will be taxed at 50%, so that our farmers can start having, can start enjoying the fruits of their hard labor. These people are given subsidies in their countries.
Honorable Kabiga, your space is gone. We shall have Honorable Makali, Kitui Central.
Yes, thank you, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me start by joining my colleagues to appreciate the chair of this particular committee and the vice chair for the job they have done to move this important bill. And Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with those who are saying that this bill is actually one of the most important bills in this House. And Honorable Speaker, that is also confirmed by the kind of public participation it attracts. If you look at those who have contributed to this bill in terms of public participation, it's a long list, and a long list of very important institutions in this country, and also very important individuals. Basically because this is the only bill which touches every Kenyan. You could be rich, you could be poor. And as representatives of the people, this is one of the bills where this House should be full, because this is going to affect the people who fought for you. And we should be here to say this is good for our people or it's not good. But Honorable Speaker, before I get to the bill itself, I just want to say, about 2 hours ago, we've just gone through the second reading of the appropriation bill, which was being presented by the Budget Committee. And in that bill, we are likely to be approving serious amounts to be spent in the next financial year. And Honorable Speaker, one of the things which has not come out, and which I want to mention, is that in that bill also, we have set aside money for what I would call oversight bodies. These are bodies like Auditor General, bodies like Controller of Budget, bodies like Anti-Corruption, Ethics and Anti-Corruption commissioned. And I think, Mr. Speaker, one of the things you should be doing is to make sure that that money has gone to those oversight bodies, bodies who assist Parliament to do our work. They really need to take that money seriously and use it and make sure that budget implementation is done properly. Why am I saying so? It's because these revenue-raising measures, Mr. Speaker, which have been proposed in this bill, are not friendly to anybody. Nobody wants to give out money, and then after you give out that money, you don't get value for money. So I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, because this is where we are going to get the money, and it is going to be painful to you and to the Wanjiku and everybody, having your tax or your money being deducted to support public good. I think it is important that we say the issue of budget implementation needs to be taken very, very seriously in this country. Coming to the bill, Honorable Speaker, there are quite a number of good things. But you know, this is taxation. And taxation, Honorable Speaker, I totally agree with those who are saying no taxation without representation. That's why that phrase came out, because you are taxing people, so they need to be represented. And that's why honorable members are here to represent people. And I want to start by saying that the idea of Treasury thinking that they can get that proposal to have them being not oversight by Parliamentary comes to regulations, I think they should not even think about it. They should not even think about it. So I don't want to waste more time on that. I think it has been said, and it sounds like that. But the issue of bread, Honorable Speaker, I think, Honorable Speaker, as a country, we need to agree, and as a House, we need to agree on one thing. Taxation of basic commodities, commodities which without which you will die, should be avoided. Could it be through zero rating? Could it be through tax exemption? But we must make sure that things which the common manage uses on day-to-day basis, if any taxation is applied, it has to be minimal taxation, so that we don't allow people, Honorable Speaker, to sleep without food. In this country, Honorable Speaker, there are people who live on bread and black tea only. In the evening, they will only boil just black tea, and this tea is not with tea leaves. This tea, Honorable Speaker, is black tea where you put sugar before you put the water so that the sugar becomes black, and then you add water to get black tea. So when you imagine someone talking about taxing bread to such a person, it means we are not living in Kenya, Honorable Speaker. So we must really guard against taxing basic things. Honorable Speaker, there's another very interesting proposal here. The proposal where KRA is supposed to give people, inform them about people who are avoiding tax. They should give them more money. And the proposal is to move from 100K, that is 100,000, to 500,000, so long as you're able to recover between 2 million and 5 million. This is a good proposal, Honorable Speaker. But this proposal is only coming because we are not honest as a community. And I think we need really, Honorable Speaker, you remember at one point, when Mheshimiwa Kibaki was the president of this country, he came with that phrase that the Kralian call that kulipa ushuru ni kujitegemea mwenyewe. But what Kibaki did, and that was the secret, because when you go to other countries, people have been taxed even up to 70%, Honorable Speaker. As here, the highest is 30%. In other countries, the people are taxed to give information. Because I will pay my tax dues, because I know whatever I pay, I get value for money. But this is a situation where, Honorable Speaker, we are being taxed, and at the same time, Honorable Speaker, you are being taxed so that teachers can be employed. After you pay the tax, Honorable Speaker, you go to your local secondary school or primary school, you find the same parents who have been taxed have employed 3 BOM, they are called BOM what? Teachers. So the question is, why should I pay tax? And then at the end of the day, I'm being asked to employ 3 BOM teachers in a school, because the school has no teachers. So I think what we are saying is, we can pay more tax, but let this tax then serve Kenyans. The other important point, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of betting. Betting is not good, that's a fact, Honorable Speaker. It is not good. So I think as a House, we should not shy away from taxing betting activities. And even the Finance Committee proposing that, Honorable Wanga would propose you move to this to 50%. Other than that, push it to 50%. Because these are guys who will tax and they'll never feel it. So by taxing them more, you can afford to have no tax on gas, you can afford to have no tax on bread, you can afford to have no tax on motorcycles. On a serious note, in today's Kenya, how do you even think about taxing more motorcycles? How do you think about it in today's Kenya? This is a shame. The fact that we are doing this budget in abnormal times does not mean that we lose our minds. It doesn't mean. So for me, borders, Bwana Speaker, in this country are holding this country. If you play around with that sector, Bwana Speaker, I don't know what will happen, but I can tell you it will not be good. Let's encourage this young man to remain there by either maintaining the current taxation or even lowering it, so that we have none of them going there, because unemployment is a real issue in this country. And if we start playing around with that, it's a time bomb. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, there are quite a number of proposed amendments which the committee has been able to explain to us as a House, and I think really we need to support them so that we safeguard Kenyans, and more so the common mwananchi, against what is happening in the country today. The reality of the matter is, as representatives of people, we are interacting with our people, and our people are going through very hard times. This is a time to make sure that we don't make the situation worse for them. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Waweru Kiarie, Dagoret South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm really honored to be contributing to this finance bill for this year. And I'd like to just reiterate what had been said from your chair, that this is very important business, Mr. Speaker. In fact, probably the most important business that this House transacts. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by thanking the committee and the work that they have done, and also single out the presentation by the chair of this committee and say that the presentation was indeed a good boost to what we have been championing for, value in leadership, and especially leadership by women. That it is not enough to be a woman. It is not enough to be a young person. To be a woman in leadership, you have to be a woman of substance. So, Madam Speaker, I'm really proud to be associated with this lady from my alma mater to say that there was...
Yes. You are also following another member calling me Madam Speaker.
No.
I am not Madam Speaker. I can never be.
Apologies, Mr. Speaker.
What is it today?
Apologies, Mr. Speaker. I hope my minutes are preserved, Mr. Speaker. And what I was...
What is out of order, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah?
Mr. Speaker, you know, I really don't want to interrupt my good friend, Honorable KJ. And I was also astonished when he referred to you as Madam Speaker. But maybe, Honorable Speaker, it could be the color of your mask and your bald head.
Order,
is confusing members, Honorable Speaker.
You are as out of order as Honorable KJ himself.
I was only trying to persuade you, Honorable Speaker, that maybe next time you can use a mask that is not so dark. You know, with your bald...
Honorable Kimani, be careful. Be careful when you address the Speaker in that manner. Honorable Waweru. But this is Mr. Speaker, not Madam Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I pray that my minutes have been preserved, and I would like to apologize profusely. I was carried away by this statement on women leadership while I was busy congratulating this very educated lady from my alma mater to show that actually we went to good schools and got a good education. Mr. Speaker, as we are conducting the business of debating the finance bill, we've got to realize that the business of budget making is the business of this House. Mr. Speaker, if we have any issues with this finance bill, the remedy is to bring amendments to this House. Mr. Speaker, as I support this finance bill, I'd like to make it known on record that I shall be bringing amendments to this finance bill, and I'll be calling upon members of parliament who have similar amendments so we can sit down and coalesce these ideas so that we come with unified amendments to this finance bill. Mr. Speaker, to my mind, it is important that we amend the matters that have to do with LPG gas, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need to ensure that Kenyans have access to cooking energy, Mr. Speaker. And the Kenyans I'm talking about are Kenyans like those who live in the Dagoretti South constituency, Mr. Speaker. In the Dagoretti South, we do not have forests where we can go and harvest firewood, Mr. Speaker. Remember also, by increasing the taxes on LPG gas, we shall be occasioning a double jeopardy on our people. The people I'm talking about are the people who depend on either gas or kerosene to cook, Mr. Speaker. And remember, because of the adulteration of fuel, the taxes on fuel and on kerosene and paraffin were increased, Mr. Speaker. So it means that if we increase the taxes on LPG gas, we shall be occasioning such a disservice on the people who depend on LPG gas, Mr. Speaker. My amendments will also be seeking to be in line and in tandem with the government's agenda on green energy. Mr. Speaker, if we are serious about promoting green energy in this country, let us make it affordable, Mr. Speaker. So on that account, I shall be bringing amendments seeking to remedy the LPG gas situation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is a product in the market going by the name Lift. Mr. Speaker, Lift is a very ingenious method by tobacco manufacturers to have tobacco consumed in pouches that are put in the mouth and they melt out, giving a feeling of euphoria to the consumer, Mr. Speaker. This Lift product is actually a direct injection of tobacco into your bloodstream, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have passed laws against tobacco here, trying to manage that whole space of tobacco consumption. We also have to remember that we are a country that is suffering a calamity known as cancer. The expense that we put in curing cancer-related diseases, Mr. Speaker, is a burden that is carried by the normal mwananchi, because these are monies that come from the taxes that the mwananchi is paying. We know families that are normally just one hospital bill away from poverty, Mr. Speaker. So in encouraging the consumption of tobacco products, which we know are dangerous drugs, so dangerous that Dr. Pukose will tell you that tobacco can occasion close to thousands and thousands of ailments, Mr. Speaker. So in that sense, I do believe that it would be in order, Mr. Speaker, to occasion a sin tax on anything that is tobacco-related, Mr. Speaker. Because one can choose not to have a smoke, but one cannot choose not to have a meal. In terms of having a meal, Mr. Speaker, when we are canvassing issues in this House, we've got to be careful not to be the proverbial Marie Antoinette from France, Mr. Speaker. The lady who infamously asked the people of France to consume cake because there was no bread. When the people rose up against the establishment then, because of the price of bread and the lack of it in the market, the Empress is infamously quoted as asking, why would they be revolting about bread? Why can't they have cake? Mr. Speaker, we cannot be telling the Kenyan hustlers to have cake because we have increased the price of bread. Mr. Speaker, the most basic issue we should do is take care of these common mwananchi from the very basic needs, and it doesn't get more basic than food, Mr. Speaker. So we shall be seeking to make an amendment to address this matter on bread. Mr. Speaker, I think it is important that we look at the issue of money transfer. Mr. Speaker, 72% of Kenyans have a mobile money account. Mobile money transfer is the bank for the unbanked in this country. Mr. Speaker, I think we should not have any taxes imposed on transactions that are less than 5,000 Kenya shillings. Mr. Speaker, the situation is dire. We know what our economy is looking like. We know what it looks like on the ground. Mr. Speaker, let us be conscious about the people who are transacting business on these mobile money platforms. But I know that the budget is about balance, Mr. Speaker. So as we are taking away from mobile money, I think it shall be in order to relook the money transfers that are done in banks. If you go to the lowest of the lowest in our society, where they live, you will not find a bank. You will not have the brick and mortar of a stone bank in these places where our people live. Meaning that the bank transfers that are done in the banking halls are done by the wealthy and the affluent. So in seeking a balance, as we are giving a remedy to mobile money transfer, then we can increase what it is we are charging for bank transfers and other charges that are done by banks. Mr. Speaker, because of my time, I've got quite a raft of amendments that I shall be proposing, but I'd like to say that in support of this finance bill, I do pray that these amendments shall be taken into consideration, because, Mr. Speaker, if they are not, some of us will have no option but to not pass this finance bill. Mr. Speaker, I do thank you, and I look forward to proposing my amendments when the time is due. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, to my left now, Honorable Mutembei Oboko.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. And on the onset, it's good to congratulate the mover of the motion, because the Honorable Member Wanga was able to go through the bill very easily and elaborate it in a manner that every person would understand, leave alone the demands for having a degree or no degree. I'm sure everybody was able to understand it. That was very, very good. And you almost imagine she had a very serious economist and accountant behind herself, which I think the committee did, and therefore I congratulate the committee. Honorable Speaker, this particular finance bill is so crucial to Kenya and ourselves as a representative of the people, because this is where now the government looks for how to fund the budget that we were just dealing with a few days ago in terms of the supplies items. And therefore, then, this is where we have to be hawk-eyed to see that is the raising of funds by government hurting the economy further or hurting the local mwananchi very, very severely. And therefore, it's very important that we make our comments, and I begin by speaking on the issue of the flour, the issue of bread, and the issue of taxes on basic requirements and needs of the people. Because there are certain basic needs that every family would require. And away from flour and bread is also the cooking gas. And I know we have been toying around with the issue of cooking gas for quite some time. And we have been delaying the tax on VAT on that particular item. But I think we should consider, as Parliament, to extend that reprieve on cooking gas, because now what has happened is that with the increased price of paraffin, which was otherwise used, most of the families are relying on cooking gas. And therefore, I want to ultimately say that the cooking gas should not be taxed in form of VAT. Leave alone bread, which I've already spoken about. Let it remain at zero rate, and I support the chair and committee on that, together with the flour, so that the local mwananchi may not be hurt. My predecessor speaker talked about, I think he was trying to allude towards the French Revolution, where the price of bread became so high that those in the civility and the nobles who were living in the palaces did not know that the normal mwananchi could not afford cakes, leave alone bread. But I think he did not also mention the number of shoes that lady, Marie Antoinette, was having. Her pairs of shoes were overwhelming. That description in history shows the difference and gap in living standards between those who are rich and those who are poor. And it's very important that we remain with the local man when it comes to the issues of taxation. So let them be protected. Number two, the next person to protect then is the border person. I know, even if I don't have time, I'll just pick three items. The border industry, given the high level of unemployment, has employed so many youths on the ground. And that border industry, in fact, it has overcome the old system whereby our teachers, me myself I'm a teacher, were the main controllers of the economy within the village. But currently, if you go to your own constituencies, you may realize that the border industry is the main arm that is actually guiding the village economy. And therefore, these are people who come out without any capital at all. And they go into business by the first item, renting the item we call piki, the motorcycle itself. And they only pay a certain rent on a motorcycle that they are actually rented from an owner. So it has a chain. It has a multiplier effect within the society. That the owner of the piki may not be the owner, may not be the rider. The rider is only paying rent on an owner who is also owning that particular piki. This, we want to support the committee and chair that this is an area we should not go to in terms of raising any form of tax for the border riders. If anything, with insurance providers. And this is why even today, the teachers of this country sometimes do ask us, their leaders, that why can't we be put in NHI? But the disadvantage that NHI was also facing is that they were not enjoying these tax reliefs, which other insurances are enjoying, and therefore they can easily compete against it when it comes to winning and getting opportunities to insure the masses of the workers of this country. So this was a very good proposal, which I 100% support, that let the NHIs also enjoy the tax reliefs that all other insurance companies are enjoying. Honorable Speaker, the other issue I wish to talk about is the issue of post-retirement medical cover for the workers of this country. The truth is that this particular proposal is very good for all the workers of Kenya. Most of the workers, when they leave work, they lose everything, and there's delay in the time that they can receive their pension. But most hitting them is the issue of medical care. Is it paid for during the time when the worker is still in business, working, or it will be paid for later on? We have to craft a very good regulation so that it does not also hurt the workers. Honorable Speaker, there is the issue of, which was generally spoken about by SRC, though we are still pursuing it as a trade union movement in this country, of freezing all CBS, which we say, okay, we are having COVID. But could we look at possibly a way of also supporting the workers by possibly going back to certain reprieves like we had during the COVID? Chair, I'm happy you are looking in my eyes, of the payee, of the corporate tax, of the income tax, but more so of the pay for the workers. Because as we support everybody else, and as we ask the workers to take reprieve of what otherwise should have been their right, that we shall discuss elsewhere, then this is the correct law to also propose a raft of measures on how to support the workers who are also greatly hit by COVID-19 as we progress on, Honorable Speaker. Finally, is the issue of TVET. But on TVET, I think the proposal by the chair looks like it will limit the number of people who would be absorbed within the sector, and even the SME, the small businesses taking up these recruits of the TVET material, which are now all over the place because of the fact that we have so many TVETs. So let's do a law, possibly we retain it at 10. So that companies and such businesses are attracted to employ more and compete to get to a figure of 10 so that they get this reproof that you talked about. But if we make it so low as to 2, then I don't think we shall achieve the original mindset that we had in creation of that particular amendment. Honorable Speaker, there was the issue of tax on confectionaries. And I think not many people have spoken on this. Confectionaries have employed most of the Kenyans, and most of them are local industries that do the sweets, do the cakes, and do other chocolates, and so on and so forth. If we impose serious tax on these confectionaries, all we shall do is to lose our own people. Our own people will lose employment. And therefore, I'll stand with the committee on the fact that we protect the local industries that are running confectionaries. And lastly, those musicians who are online, please, let's not tax them. They are young people who are trying to start business by going online. So if we take tax to online, please just protect the young artists in Kenya who are going that direction. With those many remarks, I want to thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I totally support.
Honorable Kimani.
There's only one Kimani in the House at this time. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Sankoko was asking which Honorable Kimani. I'm telling him there's only one in the House. Thank you for the mask. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the committee's report. And let me begin by thanking the chair, the Honorable Gladys Nyasuna Wanga, for the very good exposition she made of the proposals in this report, or rather their review of the proposals in the finance bill. And Honorable Speaker, one of the things that I truly appreciate that this committee has been able to do is to be very cognizant of the times that we are living in today. The committee has appreciated that with the COVID pandemic and very many people having lost jobs, we cannot afford to increase taxes at this time, especially on very basic commodities like bread, wheat, and maize flour, with the proposals that were there in the finance bill, Honorable Speaker, to be able to very insensitive of the National Treasury and the Executive, Honorable Speaker, to think of increasing excise duty on motorcycles in a sector that is employing millions and hundreds of thousands of Kenyans, many of who are very well educated, but because of the lack of job opportunities, they have not been able to do any other thing other than to ride motorcycles, Honorable Speaker. And as the member, Honorable Mboko, has said, Honorable Speaker, many of them are even riding motorcycles that they hire or they lease from the actual owners. And if you increase excise duty for these motorcycles, Honorable Speaker, you make the motorcycles more expensive, and you may assume probably to only increase by 15,000 shillings. But 15,000 shillings, Honorable Speaker, to a motorcycle rider, a hustler who is hustling, Honorable Speaker, it is, Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me from some of these unnecessary points of order.
Order, Honorable Kimani. The member has raised a point of order. It is not for you to say whether it is valid or not.
You wait and hear. You will hear.
Yes.
Apologies.
Let have the mic.
Thank you,
Honorable
Mr. Speaker,
Jennifer.
sir. Apologies. I'm unable to find my card. I raise on a point of order, more specifically Order 77, on proceedings to be in English, Kiswahili, or Kenyan Sign Language. Nowhere in this particular order do we refer to slang. And I take exception to the word hustler being used consistently in this House. I wish to define the word hustler. Honorable Speaker, if I can get protection, and then they can also contribute to the debate.
Order, Honorable Jennifer, but I'm also not getting very... No. There's no point of order of another one. She's on a point of order. But Honorable Jennifer, yes. I also can't get where you are going, because that standing order you have referred to is about Kiswahili, and English, and sign language.
Yes. The term hustler
is English.
It is slang, and it refers to a person who obtains money by fraud or deceit. A scammer or...
Honorable Jennifer. Honorable Jennifer, you know, there is a discussion here and there is a discussion elsewhere. As hustler is an English word, certainly. It could have certain connotations, and I can tell Honorable Kimani's connotation on hustler is different from yours, but that's a different matter altogether. Yeah, so let us remain the course, Honorable Jennifer. Let's remain the course.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I wish you can learn to first read and conceptualize what the finance bill is about, then maybe she would have the audacity to interrupt serious matters of unnecessary things, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Proceed, Honorable Kimani.
Honorable Speaker, I was talking about the young Kenyans who are hustling out there, Honorable Speaker, using motorcycles, Honorable Speaker. That 15,000 shillings may be meaningless to the Honorable nominated Member of Parliament, but 15,000 shillings to somebody hustling out there means a lot, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, protecting these young people, Honorable Speaker, is very important to me. Honorable Speaker, other issues, Honorable Speaker, that I must appreciate the committee for doing is on touching on, Honorable Speaker, the issue of deleting clause 20, Honorable Speaker, that sought to remove the role that this House plays in subsidiary legislation. And Honorable Speaker, it has become customary in this country, Honorable Speaker, to continue to claw onto the mandate and responsibilities of the House of Parliament, Honorable Speaker, by the executive. And this particular clause 20 was in furtherance of that state capture or executive capture of the legislature, Honorable Speaker. And I must thank the committee that they have led this House in denying the executive the opportunity to capture the legislature further in this country, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and in view of that, Honorable Speaker, if you look at some of the things that have been done, and I will be bringing amendments in relation to this, Honorable Speaker, we are allowing the executive to abuse subsidiary legislation, Honorable Speaker, to an extent, Honorable Speaker, that today in this country, the cabinet secretary or anybody in treasury can sit and on their own volition or at the instigation of other forces out there, decide to give remission on duty on even sinful things like beer, cigarettes, wines, Honorable Speaker, and I'm not saying those who partake of those things should not partake them. But Honorable Speaker, these are rich men and women. These are people who can afford all these commodities, irrespective of how much you tax them, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I do intend, Honorable Speaker, to bring amendments to ensure that any remission on duty on beer, wines, cigarettes, and all other those sinful commodities, Honorable Speaker, that the approval is sought from this House. You remember, Honorable Speaker, we convened for a special sitting last month to be able to give remission on the, what is it called, the small tax, the minimum tax, Honorable Speaker, to Kenya Airways, Sankoka have spoken to. The issue of imported products, especially agricultural products, Honorable Speaker. We are importing potatoes, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, probably your children and my children are lining up at KFC and other expensive outlets in town. You'll be shocked, Honorable Speaker, that KFC and many of these franchise companies today, Honorable Speaker, are importing potatoes from South Africa, from the United States, from Mexico, yet farmers in Kikuyu, Honorable Speaker, farmers in Deia are growing potatoes. Farmers in Kipipiri, where the leader of majority comes from, are growing potatoes, Honorable Speaker. But they are rotting in our farms because people are importing potatoes from as far as Mexico, South Africa, and the United States, Honorable Speaker. The same business if you go to Gashie here, Honorable Speaker, or Wangige Market. Eggs are coming from South Africa, from China, and our farmers cannot sell their products, Honorable Speaker. And I do intend to bring amendments, Honorable Speaker, to make sure that we levy more taxes on these imported products, agricultural products like potatoes, eggs, Honorable Speaker, to make sure that they become very expensive to import, because those who buy from those outlets, Honorable Speaker, will be able to afford. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, I want to say we have no business being here, Honorable Speaker, if we will continue to allow the government to continue taxing more money on fuel, Honorable Speaker, and on cooking gas. The VAT, 8% VAT we put on fuel, Honorable Speaker. The VAT proposal to levy cooking gas, Honorable Speaker. Those.
Before we go to the fine to Honorable Mugambi, let's have Honorable Bukose.
Nashukuru Bwana Spika kwa kunipa fursa kuchangia hii bill ambayo ni muhimu ya mambo ya finance ya kusanya ushuru ili kuweza kuchangia katika bajeti yetu ya mwaka 21-22. Bwana Spika, kwanza nataka kushukuru kamati ikiongozwa na Mheshimiwa Gladys Wanga kwa kazi nzuri ambayo wamefanya. Na Bwana Spika, jambo ambalo nimeona la kushukuru na ambalo tutaiunga mkono vizuri ni mambo ya kuongeza ushuru kwa mambo ya pikipiki kwa watu ya bodaboda. Bwana Spika, waziri wa Treasury alikuwa anapangia katika bajeti yake, alikuwa anapangia kuongeza ushuru kwa mambo ya pikipiki kwa 15%. Na kamati imeangalia, na sisi kama wabunge tunaiunga kamati kwamba hiyo ushuru itolewe kwa mambo ya pikipiki ili watu ya bodaboda waweze kufanya kazi yao kwa njia mzuri. Bwana Spika, vile ujuavyo saisi tukiwa katika msimu huu wa corona, watu wengi ambao wanafanya biashara ya bodaboda, hata na ukiangalia kwa mfano juzi Jumamosi kule kwangu Endebesi, vijana wa bodaboda wamekuja kwangu wakasema, mheshimiwa, saisi vile lockdown imewekwa, hata sisi kulipa ile, unajua wengi wanachukua bodaboda kwa deni ili waweze, wanaposafirisha watu wanatengeneza pesa ili waweze kulipia. Kwa sasa hata kulipia hiyo pikipiki ni shida, na ikiwa tutaongeza ushuru ya 15%, then tutafanya biashara ya bodaboda kukua gumu sana. Na unajua hii ni watu ambao mapato yao ni ya chini na wanatafuta namna ya kuweza kuishi. Kwa hivyo jambo ambalo kamati imefanya ya kusema hiyo ushuru kwa upande ya bodaboda itolewe, mimi naiunga kamati 100%. Bwana Spika, jambo lingine ambalo limesemwa na Mheshimiwa KJ mjumbe wa Takoredi South kwamba mambo ya gas, tunaona imewekwa ushuru kwa mambo ya gas, LPG gas. Na vile tujuavyo, nchi yetu saizi tunajaribu mambo ya kuchunga mazingira. Na tunapochunga mazingira inafaa tuangalie kwamba wananchi wanatumia ile tunasema environmental friendly kwa Kiingereza, ambayo nafikiri wale Waswahili wataitafsiri vizuri, kusema tuchunge mazingira yetu. Na tunapochunga mazingira yetu, Bwana Spika, tunataka kupika chakula kutumia LPG gas, kwa sababu najua mambo ya mafuta taa bei imeenda juu kwa sababu ya ile aramia ya kuchanganya mafuta taa na mafuta petroli. Na kwa hivyo ministry ikasema lazima tuweke ushuru kwa mambo ya mafuta taa katika hali ya juu ili wanabiashara wasichanganye na kudhuru magari zetu na kuleta pia hasara. Kwa hivyo sasa tunapoweka wananchi watumie LPG gas kupika, yafaa tuangalie kwamba ushuru kwa LPG gas, especially VAT ambayo imewekwa kwa LPG gas, inatolewa, ifanywe zero rating vile tumefanya kwa mambo ya mkate. Kwa sababu wizara serikali ilikuwa inasema waongeze ushuru kwa mambo ya mkate, na kamati imeangalia hiyo na imesema hapana, hiyo ushuru inayowekwa kwa mambo ya mkate ni food security, ni chakula ambayo inakuliwa na watu wengi. Kwa hivyo kamati imesema hiyo mambo ya ushuru kwa upande ya mkate itolewe, na mimi na wengine ambayo tuko hapa bunge tunaiunga hiyo kazi ya kamati, kwa sababu wameangalia kwamba mwananchi wa kawaida, na especially ukienda katika institutions yetu nyingi na mafamilia wanakula mkate, na mkate ni chakula. Kwa hivyo tuache kuweka ushuru kwa mambo ya vyakula, kwa sababu tunapofanya hivyo tunaumiza Mkenya wa kawaida. Kwa hayo mengi, Bwana Spika, nafikiri nashukuru na nitaunga kamati kwa yale marekebisho
for the great moving on the finance bill. Honorable Chair, I also want to say that the finance bill has done a great job in terms of housekeeping on tax matters, particularly in quite a number of areas, Honorable Speaker. I'd like to commend them, for instance, in reducing the very big the amount of work that accountants have been doing using reducing balance method on the calculation of the allowances, investment allowances, Honorable Speaker, and making it so easy through the straight line method. Honorable Speaker, we need to keep paramedicaments, especially those that boost immunity in human beings during this time of COVID-19, Honorable Speaker. And we hope those who do the distribution will pass this benefit to the consumers to ensure that quite a cross-section of Kenyans will be able to use them and boost immunity during this time of COVID-19, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as much as I do support the share in opposing the tax on infant milk, and as much as I support, we would also want to encourage our ladies to actually breastfeed children more, because mother's milk continue circling our generations. Honorable Speaker, there's the issue of also tax administration. The share has led a raft of measures that are going to regulate quite a number of bodies, and I take in particular the issue of CMA Act. Honorable Speaker, I think we have a problem. We have a problem in this country because CMA currently, I can confidently say they are presiding over pyramid schemes in this country. We have a number of pyramid schemes running, extorting Kenyans. An organization comes out, they announce a high yield fund. They tell Kenyans they will earn 20%, 30%. And once they collect money from Kenyans, Honorable Speaker, they start saying they are not able to pay back because there's COVID-19. And Honorable Chair, personally so far, anytime I go to my constituents, Honorable Speaker, who have really messed Kenyans. And if you today, Honorable Speaker, you go online, they're still advertising. They're still telling Kenyans to take their money to them for high yield. Yet, for the last 2 years, Honorable Speaker, they have not paid their members. And Honorable Speaker, I think that's why we have CMA, so that any organization registered through CMA and regulated by CMA, Kenyans should have faith in them. But Honorable Speaker, this is not the case. Honorable Speaker, you remember the other one that was telling Kenyans that they will buy land, and in 3 years they will have back their money. And Kenyans invested, Honorable Speaker. We need to strengthen CMA and ensure that they're also doing their job, that those kind of pyramid schemes disguised as investment vehicles, Honorable Speaker, are dealt with, Honorable Speaker. I can tell you last time I was in my constituency, I met a very young fella, very young man, who has made his money through selling of hay. And he has invested his hard-earned cash to the tune of 18 million, Honorable Speaker. He's diabetic, he's sick, and yet he cannot access medical services because his money has been tied in some of these pyramid schemes, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we also need to tighten the issue of definition on what we call control. When we look at the kind of definition that we are giving the word control, I think is a little messy, Honorable Speaker. I know the gracious chair has alluded into it, and but we would want that vagueness, particularly saying that somebody buying 90% of your goods has control. That, Honorable Speaker, it cannot be true. And all it will do is to increase vagueness in our tax regime, Honorable Speaker. You know, a tax regime must be
Order, Honorable Mugambi Geshoke. It is 6:30, and the House must rise. You have your 3 minutes when this resumes this evening to finish evening, 22nd June 2021 at 7 p.m.
Na tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu. Twakusihi tutazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Twakuomba ututeremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayoafikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri kwa nchi hii yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amina. Now the members, please, the members who are walking in, please. Let's try to be a bit fast so that we can ascertain on the business of the day. Order, members. Order. Order, members. I have confirmed that we do not have the numbers for us to be able to start the business of the day, and so I do order that the quorum bell be rung for 10 minutes.
That must be Honorable Kanini, right? Schedule, we are on schedule now.
Oh, okay, sorry. Thank you so much, Chair. I think there are so many papers here. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the schedule be amended as follows. Item D1021, that is the State Department for Interior and Citizen Service.
Honorable Kanini, just for guidance, there are two ways to deal with this on the schedule. We can deal with vote by vote, or you can take it together, and where you actually take the members slowly on each vote, explaining the import of the amendments, and then we do a global question towards the end, or you do vote by vote. You want us to do vote by vote, so that then you have a chance to take the members through on each of the votes, the import of amendments, so that then you carry along members together.
That's okay. That's okay.
Okay, then you can do vote by vote. Then we propose and put the question on each of them.
We can do the.
Okay.
Yeah,
then
because
it's okay.
the
It's okay, Honorable
explanation is
Kanini.
very easy.
It's okay, Honorable Kanini. You can do then global.
Yes.
But then explain on each vote. Or the intention is to carry members along on the import of your amendments, so that when you explain on each vote, I will do a global question at the end. Proceed, Honorable Kanini.
Very well. And
so start with vote D1021.
Very well.
That's the way they are scheduled.
Very well, Honorable Chair. And these amendments are occasioned by the transfer of funds from Treasury to the various ministries, basically because of the public participation. You know, in the past, all the public participation money was domiciled in our domestic participation. So, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the schedule be amended as follows. D1021, which is State Department of Interior and Citizen Services A, the program 0601,000, that is police servicing, policing services, by deleting the figure in respect to supply of Kenya shilling 1,649,000,000 and substituted thereof with a figure of 1,669,000,000. B, program 0629,000. That's the general administration and support services.
Honorable Kanini, because it is the amendments are in the order paper, and you'll be surprised members read quite in advance. You may not want to read word for word. You may just explain.
Very well.
Because they have the figures already.
Very well. And Honorable Speaker, Chair, I start guided and thank you. Basically, this is 30 million shillings, which was actually suggested during the public participation. And this 30 million is to go towards building police stations. I thank you, Chair.
The next is 10-2, State Department for Devolution.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
But before, just for record, so that then you are on record, you have moved the one on policing services, but there is also the program, the next program under 1021 for general administration. It is good for you to go on record also.
Thank you. I start guided. And yes, we will be increasing, well, we are proposing to increase the amount. That is the vote D1021. State Department of course, Interior, will increase the amount from 7,131,244,676 and substituting it thereof with a figure of Kenya shilling 7,171,244,676. And basically, Chair, it is that 30 million, the increment of 30 million to go towards construction of police station. Yeah, it's by 40, sorry. 2020. Thank you.
Yeah, proceed to now, that is, that D1021 you have explained. You may now move to D10.2 because it's still under the schedule. And when you are done all of them, I'll do a global question.
Okay, thank you, Chair. The same case on D1032, that's the State Department for Devolution. In the program, as per the schedule, we are increasing the amount. We are increasing the amount by 30 million, and basically it's still on the same account that we are now transferring the funds from Treasury to the State Department of Devolution to take care of the public participation, as contained in the schedule. Then we go to D1064, the State Department for Vocational and Technical Training. And as contained in the schedule, Chair, we are moving the figures, and I think it's important to mention, we are increasing by 1 million, but by 1 million shillings, Honorable Speaker, and the same effect, transferring the funds to where the public participation will be funded from. We go to D1066.
The vote, just for record, the vote 1064, you have mentioned 10 million. Is it 10 million or actually that a million? I guess it's that
it's that a million.
That million, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, this is, you're on record.
Thank you. It's that a million. Then we go to State Department for Early Learning. That is D1066. Honorable Speaker, we are increasing the funding. The same explanation to make sure that the function is followed by resources, and we are increasing from 11 billion 396 to 11 billion 426 million 600,000, an increment of 1 million. An increment of 30 million, and that is go to special schools for the deaf and blind in Madera County, Honorable Speaker. Then we go to National Treasury. The National Treasury is a deduction, and is a deduction from 19 billion 311 325 738 to 17 billion 131 325 738 to take care of all these deductions where the functions, the functions have now been transferred. The money was domiciled in Treasury, but now the funds have now been transferred to the various departments and ministries. Honorable Chair, I go to the State Department of Infrastructure. That is D1091. And as contained in the schedule, Honorable Chair, you see that is an increment from 57 billion 992 390,000 to 59 billion 905 890, because we have seen that most of 90% of the public participation, the participants were more interested in roads infrastructure, and that is the reason you see that change from 57 to 59 billion. The second one, the other one, is on D1109. The Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, as contained in the schedule here, Honorable Chair, is a movement from a figure of 16 billion 861 million going to 16 billion 996 500,000, and basically this one is good to go for water reticulation, water pans, all the projects that were proposed in public participation. Honorable Chair, we go to vote D1152, that's the Ministry of Energy. Yes, there is an increase. There is an increase of 1 million, And basically this was to go for floodlights for a market. There was that proposal for floodlight for a market, and it was allocated 1 million shillings. Honorable Chair, I beg to move.
Very well.
Thank you.
Honorable members, I propose a question that the schedule be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chair. Honorable members, I will put the question that the schedule be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that the schedule as amended be the schedule of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 2 be part of the bill. We have no amendment to that. I therefore put the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
Honorable members, I propose a question that the title be the title of the bill. No amendment to it. I therefore put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose a question that clause 1 be part of the bill. We have no amendment to that. I therefore put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, we are done with the bill, the Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 31 of 2021. Mover. Yes, Honorable Kanini.
Thank you so much, Chair. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Appropriations Bill, National Assembly Bill number 31 of 2021, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Honorable members, I put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Appropriations Bill, National Assembly Bill number 31 of 2021, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order, members. Can we have the chairperson to report to the House?
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report to the House that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 31 of 2021, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Very well. The mover to move the agreement with the report, Honorable Kanini Keiga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report, and I also request the Majority Leader to second.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to second and thank members for this expeditious processing of the appropriation bill so that we can meet the constitutional deadlines that have been set upon this House, and to demonstrate to the Kenyan people that the National Assembly will not stand behind, between them and realizing the aspirations as financed through the appropriation bill. I second.
Hello, members. I propose a question for agreement with the report, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said reports. I put the question. Members, I move to put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said reports. As many as are of this opinion say aye. Aye. And as many as are of contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. The move of the bill to move the third reading.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Appropriations Bill, National Assembly Bill number 31 of 2021, be now read a third time. Honorable Speaker, I would also want to take this opportunity also to thank the members, and especially the Budget and Appropriations Committee, and also the other members of this House for working around the clock to make sure that we don't stand in the way of disbursing funds to the people. With this Appropriations Bill, now we know for sure that from 1st of July, Kenyans will be able to get services because we already have legal tools to make sure that monies will be disbursed. And I request the Majority Leader to second.
Majority Leader for second.
Honorable Speaker, I second.
You do second. Order, order, order. Who is this member? Who is this member? Order, 001. That must be Honorable Angela. Members, I know we have this sitting of the evening, but it's important for us to remind ourselves on the rules and procedures of the House. Members, I move to propose a question for third reading, which is that you cannot put the question. Honorable 001, you're actually out of order. I move to propose a question for the third reading, which is that the Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 31 of 2021, be now read a third time. Now the mood of the House is that I put the question, which I do agree, and I move to put the question, having of course confirmed that we have the quorum in the House for purposes of making a decision here and also the holding areas. Members, I put the question, which is that the Appropriation Bill, National Assembly Bill number 31 of 2021, be now read a third time. Members, as many as are of this opinion say aye. Aye. And as many as are of contrary opinion say nay. Members, the ayes have it. Next order.
A bill for an act of Parliament to authorize the issue of sum of money out of the consolidated fund and its application towards the service of the year ending on the 30th June 2022, and to appropriate that sum and a sum voted on account by the National Assembly for certain public services and purposes.
Very well. Of course, honourable members, it had to be read a third time. So from here we go to the next order.
Order number 9, the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2021, second reading.
Madam Speaker, everybody was studying and saying, Madam Speaker, when there was no Madam Speaker on the chair, but now I do it the right way, that I'm talking to Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I continue with my contribution on the Finance Bill. Honorable Speaker, the issue of reviewing tax on border, again, I support the committee that we need to oppose this tax because border, as we speak, Honorable Speaker, is the major employer, single major employer of our youth in this country, Honorable Speaker. And we know they are doing a great job. They are contributing a lot to the economy of this country, and the only thing we should do is even to support them more, but not to tax them more. So, Honorable Speaker, I will join the committee in opposing this tax on border, and start with our youthful investors. Honorable Speaker, I commend the committee on the issue of related party transactions. Honorable Speaker, a lot of tax evasion by multinationals in this country is done through related party transactions. And if we really want to rein on tax evasion, this is an area to focus on. And we would want to see that all related party transactions are above board and they are objective, so that we make sure that there is no transfer of profits from where the profits are made to tax havens and to other jurisdictions, Honorable Speaker. This is an area that would support and commend KRA to make sure that those multinationals who are lucky to really make money in this country are also making their contribution to the development of this country through payment of taxes, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the issue of keeping of records, the period under which we should keep records, again, Honorable Speaker, should be synchronized with the limitations of Actions Act, so that we don't have recommendation of keeping records at a lesser period than the period that is given under the limitation of Actions Act, Honorable Speaker. I beg to support.
Very well. Then now, members, we move to the member for Navakolo, Honorable Wangwe Emmanuel. You have the floor. Honorable Wangwe Emmanuel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this finance bill by the Committee on Finance, and first congratulate Honorable Wanga for the very exemplary presentation. Honorable Speaker, this bill, I support it on maybe a few grounds, which I would want to enumerate. For instance, Honorable Speaker, when you look at the approach that the Cabinet Secretary has taken in terms of the taxation, the tax structure, Honorable Speaker, he has taken is the broadening the base, rather than, is the horizontal rather than the vertical approach, Honorable Speaker. Meaning there is no increment in tax to the Kenyan people, but Honorable Speaker, he has brought on board a wider base whereby most of the Kenyans who have not been contributing to the taxes shall now have to pay. Honorable Speaker, I also want to support this bill based on the issues that the committee, in the committee report, Honorable Speaker, the proposals that the committee has laid down are worthy, Honorable Speaker, supporting the bill, especially during this second reading. Honorable Speaker, the committee is recommending that they will be proposing amendments, especially, Honorable Speaker, to the taxation on motorcycles, whereby the proposals in the bill shall now, Honorable Speaker, fall. Instead, the issues raised towards increment in taxation on motorcycles, Honorable Speaker, will have to come down in terms of the cost. Honorable Speaker, I come from a constituency where the main business by the youth, main occupation by the youth, Honorable Speaker, is motorcycles. And therefore, if you increase the cost on motorcycles, you would as well have increased the cost of living of my people. Therefore, on what the committee is recommending, Honorable Speaker, I want to believe, and through the report, it's something to push on by Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, bread is as good as history in our Bible. Very, very unique scenario in terms of the pandemic, Honorable Speaker. It is something that we have to look at. It is something we must accept and live with it. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, looking at how the Cabinet Secretary is consolidating to raise funds to fund the budget, Honorable Speaker, he has actually assessed the situation, looked at the issues surrounding the pandemic, and instead made a proposal, Honorable Speaker, that is a bit reasonable. What I would really want him to do, Honorable Speaker, in future, is actually to look at the taxes that go onto the fuel and petroleum. Honorable Speaker, everywhere, petroleum is like the spinal cord in a human being, Honorable Speaker, in terms of our economy. It spells from the head to the toes. Therefore, if you touch on petroleum, Honorable Speaker, in terms of taxes, you really have touched on every Kenyan, be it the small scale, the smallest person, to whoever is luxurious in life, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, I would want to look at to ask the Cabinet Secretary to look at means and ways on how he is really going to cut in terms of the cost of petroleum in our country vis-a-vis the region. When you look at petroleum is passing through our country to Uganda, you end up finding it cheaper in Uganda than in Kenya. Therefore, it's something that the Cabinet Secretary should look at and assess and say, if at all the railway tax or other taxes are contributing, can he bring them down so that Kenyans can afford the cost of petroleum, Honorable Speaker? Honorable Speaker, in summary, I want to agree with the Cabinet Secretary, but now insist that the waiver he wants to take away from the Parliament, Honorable Speaker, that this House should not allow that they seize, they should not allow that authority to move from the House, Honorable Speaker, to the Cabinet Secretary. We must caution the Cabinet Secretary. Let him not make the laws which were passed by Kenyans from the back door. Let him live up to the works that he was appointed to do, but not attempt, even just, Honorable Speaker, him attempting to hit onto the laws that we were given by the people. In itself, Honorable Speaker, we should punish him for that, because that is attempting on our sovereignty. He is actually one day wake up and tax anything, put VAT at any rate, Honorable Speaker. We do not want him to go that route. And therefore, Honorable Speaker,
Order. Honorable Member for Nafakolo.
yes.
As I order you resume your seat because we have an intervention from the Honorable Omulele, who is on
yes, I just want to inform
point of information.
If the member for Navaholo would allow me.
Then let me follow the procedure, Honorable
Yes.
Omulele. The member for Nafakolo, the Honorable Wangwe Emmanuel, do you wish to be informed by the Honorable Omulele?
Yes, yes, Honorable Speaker, it's important he can inform me.
You wish to be informed. Yes, carry on.
Thank you. Thank you.
Move in
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to inform the Honorable Member for Navaholo that the proposal by the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury to remove the power to tax from this House in regard to VAT is actually unconstitutional. Because the power to tax is the very soul of Parliament, is the sovereignty of the people. That is why the people sent people here as members to come and debate, on the taxes on the people. So for him to even imagine, contemplate that he can take away that power from this Parliament in itself is unconstitutional. So you are very right that the Cabinet Secretary can be censored for even making that attempt.
Very well for that information to the member of Nafokolo. Maybe you can make a comment on it, or maybe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and that is why I knew the Honorable Mulele is a very scholarly, lawyer-minded person and a representative of the great people of Luanda. That guidance is welcome, Honorable Speaker, and indeed, anyone touching on the heart of the Constitution of this country must get the full force of it back to him. And so we caution the Cabinet Secretary not even to think nor imagine that he can do the same. With that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support the Finance Bill 2021-2022.
Very well. And for the members who have just come in, our members, we are on order number 9, of course, for the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2021, that was moved by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, that is Honorable Wanga, and it was a resumption of debate. Yes, with this, I give the floor to the member for Nandi Hills, the Honorable Keter Kipto. Point of order. There's a point of order from now to a raise. I don't remember us, you don't raise hands. You know where, please, if you want to have a point of order, and that's why we are paperless, go to the intervention.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my point of...
Order. You did not catch my eye. In fact, who caught my hair is the Honorable, the Chairperson. Yes, Honorable Wanga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm just wondering whether the Honorable Member for Soy is in order to come to the House dressed up in party colors. And I also want clarification whether they are using public money voted in the office of the Deputy President to buy yellow masks, yellow sweaters. I hear they are being distributed to these yellow sweaters somewhere in Karen.
Very well. So you have an issue with the colors? Let me hear the point of order also from the Honorable now, Deputy, the Majority Whip. What is the item of order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I do not know whether it is because we are sitting on the front bench with the Chair of Finance, but my concern as a whip, Honorable Speaker, was, is it that members have begun to do the fallout that we read in the paper, and that is why we can see Honorable Kositanyi dressed in UDA colors to come to the floor, Honorable Speaker. I just wanted to find out if it's in order that the member can come into the assembly in the party colors, Honorable Speaker.
Colors, again, colors. Let me have, there's a point of order, whether it's in order. Let me hear from the Leader of Minority, the Honorable Bandi.
Madam Speaker, I'm really concerned because this House and this Parliament must not allow discrimination. I remember some time back before the handshake, I actually came to the Parliament precincts. I didn't even come to this House on ODM colors. And the security refused that I should not come. Now the same security and the sergeant at arms have allowed this Tanga, a member of Parliament, to come on UDA colors. Madam Speaker, I am taking offense with this beyond even the ruling that shall come from the floor, that our sergeant at arms must offer explanation why, when it was ODM then, I was categorically told, in fact we were with Simbarati, we were told we could not come to the precincts of Parliament, not even the gate of Parliament, in ODM colors. Now these are UDA colors which are even more ugly than ODM colors, which is smart orange, very beautiful even to see. And you allow this ugly yellow color, Madam Speaker. We need an explanation on this. So I want to ask you, Madam Speaker, first to ask the Honourable Member to leave the House, the Chamber, and then follow through and ask why Sergeant at Arms have allowed him here. Thank you, Madam.
Very well. Thank you, the Honorable Leader of Minority, the Honorable Wanga, the Honorable Majority Whip, our members. I know it's interesting time. When I look at the colors, unless the sergeant at arms establishes that is a party uniform, we are all wearing colors. Including Honorable Wanga, who has a red color. I don't know which party is that. Then we have, all the masks are wearing facts. All the marks have Wiper Democratic Movement of Kenya near colors, if we have to mention parties. The Honorable, I don't know, Black, yes, Honorable Band, you could be, but not very far. Just near the Wiper Democratic colors, which we have the blue. I see the tie for the member, Honorable Keter, is red. However, our members, we know our own standing orders prescribe and give us our dressing code in this House. So I know it was a good moment. Order. I don't think that we need to waste a lot of time on this. You cannot, I will not allow a lot of debate on this. Yes, so let's move on with the debates. Yes, Honorable Peter.
It's very interesting. Thank you, Madam Speaker. From the onset, I would like to support the bill. of course, with the support of the amendments by the committee. And I would like to say that I really want to appreciate the work done by the committee, and especially under the leadership of the Honorable Gladys Wanga. I noticed the input by the public participation, which is a constitutional provision, and the spirit of that law is to really guide and to have the representation, because as members of parliament, we represent the people. And people sometimes have their contributions, which should be respected even by the Constitution. And I want to say that, Madam Speaker, when you see most of the amendments which were made, it was after the input of the public participation. And I want to say that the bill initially had a proposal to delete the requirement for regulations made under the VAT Act 2013, which was to exempt National Assembly from approval before gazettement of VAT regulations, which I'm supporting it, Madam Speaker, because unless we have this House to intervene and to oversight the executive, we will not have a tax regime that is going to favor the people we represent. And I want to say that, Madam Speaker, even on the digital service tax, this bill is introducing the implementation of that digital marketplace, where there are a lot of transactions which are done online, some are done electronically. Unless we put effort in terms of trying to get taxation from it, we are losing a lot of resources which we would have gotten an opportunity to tax. And Madam Speaker, I said earlier in this Parliament that it is important to have the two committees to work together. I mean the Finance Committee and the Budget Committee, because there is an inherent relationship between the two. You cannot budget what you don't have, or you cannot tax without a plan. So you must tax with a plan, and you cannot plan without taxing it, which is important. I remember in the 11th Parliament, we used to have members who sit in the Finance Committee to sit in the Budget Committee, so that when you want to budget, most proposals that you make will be in tandem with the taxation regime that you introduce. And that is not the case here. And I've also realized that sometimes we do a budget, then to discuss again on where to get the resources, it should be the other way around. We should get the resources, then we budget. We end up getting a deficit in every budget unless we plan proper in terms of where to get the resources and how much resources are available. Then you can understand on how to prioritize programs, which I think, in as much as I'm supporting, it is important for this Parliament to see how in future we can introduce where a majority of members who sit in Budget Committee should equally sit in the Finance Committee, so that when they make proposals to tax, they should be making with some mind on, in terms of where to put resources in budgeting. Madam Speaker, on the Excise Duty Act number 23 of 2015, which the bill proposes to amend because it is very inappropriate in terms of when you have excise duty on motorcycles up to 11,000 per unit. It is too much for those border people. And I think this introduction of having moving it to not a fixed unit to an excisable value, which is rather 15% of the value. I think the input of that is to really support this sector where it is run by ordinary Kenyans who are languishing in poverty, and they are trying to make to earn a living, and they do many things to get resources to try and buy a motorcycle, which is about 100,000. And if you were to have 11,000 shillings per unit, it is too much for them, which I think it is a good introductory. But generally, Madam Speaker, I want to say that this bill is a good bill. I've seen many things, but just to be brief, even the introduction of the infrastructure bond, which we raised at the budget committee on these issues on how to address the financing of most of the infrastructural programs and projects. Madam Speaker, I understand there is a huge pending bill which has been raised from the ongoing projects of infrastructure. Unless there is a bond, which the bill is introducing the amendments to ensure that you don't tax even on the interest you get from the bond, so that you encourage many people to put it, and for us to raise a lot of resources to put it in infrastructural facilities. Even the amendment by the committee, which I think it was done by the finance committee, to introduce energy sector, where they have a huge capital, I mean, it is capital intensity in energy projects, where, like transmissions, if you were to talk about Ketrago and the many transmission sector, it takes billions of money to transmit electricity. And it is important to encourage people to come with bonds so that we can transmit power to most parts of this country and to utilize the power generation that we generate from the many companies through Kenyan and green renewable energy. I think it is a good thing. Madam Speaker, as I finalize, I want to say that it is good to march on what you are planning for the taxation, so that when you have a huge budget, you try as much as possible to raise funds which will suit or will be proper in terms of implementation of the budget. And I support this bill. Thank you so much.
Very well. Let me have the Honorable Boni Mwalika, the member for Kitui Irulo. Member for Kitui Irulo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank the Chair, Honorable Gladys Wanga, for good leadership and guiding the committee to come up with this bill. I'm a member of that committee. First, this bill seeks to amend several tax bills, that is income tax, VAT, excise duty, Act, etc. These amendments are aimed at raising revenue to support government operations and also to support economic recovery after the COVID. However, these proposals are really not raising revenue. Madam Speaker, the net revenue which is supposed to be raised by these measures are only 1.8 billion, meaning that to fund the budget of 3.66 trillion, and administration measures are going to be used so that government can raise revenue and also raise revenue from other sources. Madam Speaker, it's important to note that only 3 sectors, manufacturing, finance and banking, communication, ICT, which constitute 13% of GDP, contribute 52% of tax revenue, meaning that from the tax revenue which we are supposed to raise next financial year of 1.7 trillion. These sectors are going to contribute 884 billion. So it's important for the government to look for other ways to raise revenue from the remaining sectors which contribute 87% of GDP. Otherwise, we are going to face a situation whereby there are going to be a lot of tax evasion and avoidance. Some of the sectors and the firms, because the tax measures we have been putting on, they are going to shift to other countries, and this may make this country lose jobs, incomes, and poverty levels may increase, as well as reduction in economic growth, and revenue may go down. It's important, Madam Speaker, to note that currently, a lot of beers, actually majority of beers and cigarettes, which are used along Kenya-Uganda border, they come from Uganda. And we are losing revenues because of these taxes. Madam Speaker, this bill has very important proposals which are going to help the citizens of this country. One of them is tax relief to people who contribute to National Housing Insurance Fund. As you all are aware that the cost of medicine is very high, and the government policy to increase or to achieve universal health care is going to be helped by this proposal. Madam Speaker, the other important proposal is tax rebates to employees who engage students from TVET. And the committee proposed that instead of saying the companies which would benefit from this tax rebate, they should take 10 students. The committee proposal of 5 students, so that SMEs can also be encouraged to take the students and also benefit from the tax rebate. To me, I support it, and it's very important. But also, there are also proposals which are really not welcomed, and we need to look at them and, of course, not support them. One of them is under VAT Act, which proposes exportation of taxable services from 0 rate to exempt. Madam Speaker, these services, exportable services, are like ICT services, transportation services. Can you imagine if we tax transport companies, lorries, owners of lorries? They are likely to move from this country to the neighboring country. Of course, if they move, we are going to lose jobs. Some countries will not allow drivers from Kenya to drive trucks in those countries. So we are likely to lose jobs and also lose corporate tax. So this one we should not support as a House. The bill also proposes VAT on bread. Bread is something which is consumed by almost everybody in this country, from the rich to the poor. And therefore, we should not support this. The bill proposes to delete requirement for National Assembly to approve regulations. And therefore, the regulations should be done without approval by the CS. This proposal should not be supported, because we may have a CS giving CS these powers. In fact, it's a mistake. Therefore, we cannot support it. We may create a dictator in terms of giving him these this approval. The bill also proposes to impose excise duty at 5% on motorcycles. Everybody knows the importance of motorcycles in terms of border transport in the rural areas, in terms of providing and creating jobs and incomes at the rural areas. These are a proposal which we cannot support because we are going to kill that sector, we are going to lose jobs, and Madam Speaker, if we lose jobs, crime rate is going to increase in this country. Madam Speaker, the bill also proposes introduction of excise duty on locally manufactured sugar confectionery. 25%, the prices are going to increase. They are going to be at par with imported sugar confectionery and white chocolate. This one is going to hurt local manufacturers. Madam Speaker, one good thing which the bill also proposes is to give Retirement Benefit Authority powers to appoint Kenya Revenue Authority with the consultation with the trustees to recover unlimited pensions from employees. Employers. Madam Speaker.
Just one moment, and the Honorable Member for Kitui Rural. There is a member in the House who is not wearing mask. Please, honourable members, let us ensure that we put on our masks. We are not yet out of
Yellow.
it. Order. Who is this member? Order. 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 You cannot purport to share mask. In fact, not just with another member, with a lady member. With a lady member. Thank you. She has declined your offer. Carry Honorable.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, this proposal to give Retirement Benefit Authority to appoint KRA with a consultation with pension trustees is a welcome proposal because most of the employers, and especially government, county government, have not been contributing, limiting their to the pension trustees, and this is very important. Madam Speaker, government should look for ways of raising revenue and reducing their dependency on exchequer. One of them is to reduce tax expenditure from 6% to 3%, which is globally average. And this one will give us at least 300 billion, which we have been borrowing from local. It's very important to note that when it comes to tax holiday, the investors, they consider, actually tax holidays is the least considered factor in terms of encouraging investors to invest. Investors will look at credit availability and skilled labor. Madam Speaker, government should move swiftly and increase uptake of public-private partnership projects, which have less strain.
Let me have the member for Tetu, the Honorable Mwangi Gishuhi, the member representing the people of Tetu constituency. Honorable Mwangi Gishui, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this important bill. And I wish to thank the chairperson, Honorable Gladys Wanga, for her exemplary presentation. And Madam Speaker, I also happen to be a member of Finance Committee. And a lot has been said. Specifically, there are issues like the issue of bread, the issue of motorcycles. But, Madam Speaker, what is before this House is the money bill as defined under Article 110 of the Constitution. This is where we have proposals to levy new taxes, how to modify the existing tax structures and also continuation of the existing tax structures. In other words, it's all about taxes and government expenditure. Madam Speaker, we have the Tax Procedures Act, which contains some amendments. And more specifically, I want to address the issue contained in the miscellaneous provision of the bill, which amends the Capital Market Act, Cap 485. And more specifically, that is Clause 45. Madam Speaker, Clause 45 of the bill, and it is set to delete subsection 17 of section 35 of the Act. And that particular subsection says that any proposed transaction shall be suspended upon an appeal at the tribunal, but does not give a specific period within which a dispute will be resolved. Madam Speaker, the bill sets a 90-day period commencing on the date of the appeal for the Capital Markets Tribunal. We always say that justice delayed is justice denied. And looking at the principles of equity, delay defeats equity, and equity follows the law. Madam Speaker, before the bill came before the committee, and before the amendment, there was no time limit upon which appeals will be heard. But now this bill introduces a new subsection and gives a 90-day period. That means that the parties to a dispute have a time limit within which disputes can be resolved. And for that reason, Madam Speaker, I highly support the bill and that particular amendment. Madam Speaker, there is a subsection, clause 50 of the bill. It's on Kenya Revenue Authority. And several members have talked about the particular proposal. That's an amendment that seeks to increase the maximum reward to a person who provides information leading to identification of unassessed taxes. That is from 100,000 to 500,000. And also information leading to recovery from 2 million to 5,000 million, to 5 million. To me, Madam Speaker, this is a very important amendment because, Madam Speaker, it's going to encourage informers who can volunteer information and get some reward. And previously, there is an increment on the reward, specifically from 100,000 to 200,000. And also for recovery of assets, from 2 million to 5 million. And Madam Speaker, if you look at clause 49 of the bill proposes to introduce a prescribed annual fee to be paid by a registered insurer. And this will be effective from 1st January 2022. Madam Speaker, this is a regulation which ensures that there is productivity and growth as well as competition and investment in the insurance industry. And Madam Speaker, this is not something new because it is happening with other bodies like the Law Society of Kenya and I'm sure also with the medical practitioners, where they pay a prescribed annual fee. And Madam Speaker, once we introduce that specifically contribution, it will ensure that there is growth and more competition in the insurance industry, and also make sure that only competent players will be in that industry. Madam Speaker, also looking at clause 44 of the bill, there's an amendment that seeks to amend the Miscellaneous Fees and Levies Act, which reinstates goods which the Cabinet Secretary may determine in the public interest, or promote investment of value not exceeding 5 billion, Kenya shares 5 billion, in IDF and also Railway Development Levy. And this, Madam Speaker, will help attract high-value investments in this country. And by that, Madam Speaker, we are going to generate more revenue and be able to run this country and finance projects. Madam Speaker, we have another important clause. That is clause 40 of this bill. And also there's an amendment that introduces a new section. That is immediately after section 108. And Madam Speaker, if I read, it says that where any matter under a tax law is an issue in any ongoing criminal case, and is also directly or substantially in issue in any pending civil case, that fact shall not be a ground for any stay, prohibition, or delay of either criminal or civil case. Madam Speaker, this clause is also as important as the one contained in the Capital Markets Tribunal, which sets a time limit. But on this one, this is a clause that ensures that justice is not delayed. That justice delayed is justice denied. So that when you have any matter that is pending, you cannot go to a court and obtain prohibition or injunction, or obtain any, or stay the proceedings. And with those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I beg to support. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity.
Very well, very well. The member for Tetu. Now we have the member for Kitui West, the Honorable Edith Nyenze. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to say on the onset that I support the bill with the amendments as proposed by the committee, led by the able chair, Honorable Gladys Wanga. Let me say that I support the bill, which proposes amendments on increasing the maximum, I actually support the bill which proposes the amendment and seeks to include post-retirement medical cover in the definition of retirement benefit as used in the Retirement Benefits Act, clause 51 to 63 of the Retirement Benefits Act. This bill proposes to facilitate the regulation and registration of corporate trustees that provide services to the pension schemes. And this one is supposed to be registered with the Retirement Benefits Authority. Initially, the other stakeholders have been registered, like the custodians, fund managers, administrators, and others, but corporate trustees have not been regulated and registered by the Retirement Benefits Authority. But this bill now seeks to actually regulate the corporate trustees. It's very important to regulate them because they offer services for post-retirement medical cover. These are some of the stakeholders who are in charge of actually ensuring that the post-retirement funds are well catered for, and it's very important to register them and also ensure that they are qualified before they do such services. This will actually give members some security and hence encourage more members to save for their post-retirement medical cover. It's very important to have the post-retirement medical cover. Madam Speaker, you realize that Kenyans do not have a good culture of saving for retirement, but when they also save for their, after retirement, for their medical cover, it's very important because it is after retirement when most people get sick and they need this cover very, very much for them to actually ensure that they lead a good life after retirement. And therefore, this bill proposes to register the corporate trustees so that they can ensure that they are qualified. Currently, the corporate trustees are not regulated by Retirement Benefits Authority, and despite them being entrusted with the management of the pension funds. And this creates a risk in a situation where the corporate trustees does not have the required qualifications for them to handle the pension funds. So this amendment, this bill seeks to amend this to ensure that the corporate trustees are accountable for their actions. Then this bill, Madam Speaker, also proposes to introduce an annual fee to be paid by registered insurers. And this will take effect from 1st of January 2022. Currently, insurers, once registered, are not required to apply for renewal of their registration. And by them renewing their registration, we will give some revenue to the IRA, which is Insurance Regulatory Authority, to undertake the activities which they are required to regulate, where they are required to regulate the sector. Madam Speaker, in order to cushion the consumers, and especially during this time of COVID, when most people have been affected, most small businesses have been affected, and most Kenyans are having a lot of problems because their businesses have gone down, and the poor are becoming poorer. It is good that the bill, the committee proposes to disagree with the proposal to tax bread and also wheat and maize flour. Instead, the committee proposed to maintain a zero rating the bread, wheat, and the maize flour, so that the cost of these items can remain the same. And in doing so, it means that the suppliers can now claim back their VAT. Then on the issue of motorcycles, which gives most of our youth, and especially the unemployed also, their livelihood, the committee disagreed with adding 15% on these motorcycles. And by removing this, by doing so, it will enable more people, more youth who are unemployed and whose employment is, they get income from the motorcycles, from the business of border. It will actually help them get the motorcycles at the same rate as they were getting. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, I support the bill with amendments as proposed by the committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. And now we have the member for Isiolo North, the Honorable Ulufoda. The member for Isiolo North, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this bill, the Finance Bill 2021. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the Chair, who has also demonstrated that indeed the bill discusses various proposed amendments to tax laws. Tax which is supposed to finance our budget for this year and for the year starting in July. As I speak, Madam Speaker, I am mourning because some of the government agencies for which we are raising revenue to protect lives and livelihood of our people have failed in their jobs. I lost 6 innocent constituents who were murdered in cold blood on Sunday, because of reckless creation of administrative divisions in contested areas. And therefore, my people are being forcefully evicted by bandits who seem to enjoy state protection. Because when we want to retaliate, they are protected by GSU and RDU. And these RDUs and GSUs, who are paid through our taxes, are not protecting my people. I hope I can see some members of Committee on National Security. I'm going to raise this. It's very unfortunate. And majority of these people are women who were killed while they were sleeping. And as if we are in Somalia, where there's no functional government, a borehole was burnt down at Madawale. It's very unfortunate. And as we move forward, I want to make it very clear that we are Kenyans, we pay taxes like any other Kenyans, and we are entitled to state government protection. And if we are not protected, we can cover for ordinary Kenyans. And I'm sure this will encourage as many of our people as possible to actually take that cover. Madam Speaker, zero rating of bread, wheat flour, maize flour, these are the basic things that Kenyans need as food. Although as we speak, bread is already a luxury for most of the Kenyans. Not many Kenyan homes are able to buy and consume bread. But all the same, I think zero rating them is very important, and I support it. Unfortunately, anybody who proposes a tax of 15% on border probably does not live in this country, or either is so detached from the sector which support majority of Kenyans. I completely oppose this. Madam Speaker, in my constituency, Isiolo North, majority of our youth actually earn their livelihood from border. And most of them don't own motorbikes. They actually ride leased motorbikes. They are required to pay 300 per day. So if they get more than 300, and after deducting the fuel cost, that is what they retain. I'm sure that tax is going to affect this sector, and therefore I would like the committee to seriously consider zero rating or actually tax exempting borders. One thing which probably we need to do is to encourage manufacturers of motorcycles to set up assembly plants through tax incentives so that we can create employment at factory level and so on and so forth. We need also to consider seriously, as members of National Assembly, restoring the pay-as-you-earn relief
which was actually put in place at the beginning of COVID pandemic. Because whatever we earn as a result of that tax relief normally goes into, increasing the disposable income of people, and therefore it will boost the local trade and so on and so forth. I also support, I propose tax exemption for local confectionaries so that we can protect the local manufacturers and therefore also protect the local jobs and so on and so forth. Madam Speaker, I'm not, unlike me, I'm not in a very good mood actually to make sober contribution because of what has happened in my constituency. I beg now to sit down. I support and therefore allow my other colleagues to contribute to this debate.
Very well. The member for Rongai constituency, the Honorable Moi Kipruto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to remark on this finance bill, an annual event, Madam Speaker, that is anchored in the Public Finance Management Act of 2012. And this mandate, Madam Speaker, gives the CS for Treasury the mandate to present to Parliament the policy statement and the finance bill. The finance bill, Madam Speaker, proposes to amend various legislations in the Income Tax Act, the Value Added Tax, and the Excise Duty Act, and also the Tax Procedures Act. Madam Speaker, out of this Finance Bill 2021, there are positive issues arising from this bill. In Clause 2, Madam Speaker, we have the introduction of the infrastructure bond. This bond, Madam Speaker, will enable the government to raise funds to build roads, to build bridges, to build railway lines, and so on and so forth, Madam Speaker. And that will fast-track the issues of development in the infrastructure department, Madam Speaker. The bill also, Madam Speaker, expands on the definition of civil works. So if you're an investor who builds things like railway lines or water infrastructure, communication, electrical posts, pylons, and other electrical supply works, security walls and fencing, because of that definition, Madam Speaker, it will allow them for their investments to reap some benefits, because there will be allowances, there will be an investment allowances on those issues. The bill also, Madam Speaker, introduces relief to individuals who make contributions to NHIF, and also it expands the tax rebate lists to include employees who engage apprentices from vocational and technical institutions, Madam Speaker. These are the positive issues of this bill. The bill also, Madam Speaker, in order to avoid double taxation of excise duty on internet data, the bill has streamlined that so that the cost of providing internet services is reduced, Madam Speaker. And on the issue of the capital markets, Madam Speaker, there's a tribunal that is created to make sure that cases on appeal are determined within 90 days. So that is good both for the authority and also for the investor. Madam Speaker, because there are some positives in this finance bill, there are also negatives to this bill. When they amended the duties on motorcycles, Madam Speaker, as my colleagues here have stated, and removing that flat rate of, I think, 11,000 shillings per bike to 15% of that excisable value, I believe, Madam Speaker, this then will escalate the purchasing price of motorcycles. And as we know, Madam Speaker, Kenya is plagued by high unemployment, especially among the youth. And motorcycles provided an alternative, an avenue for them to seek employment. Now it will be a bit difficult, and we will plead with the committee to see if there could be amendments to that to help the youth. Madam Speaker, Finally, the bill also proposes to increase withholding tax on consultancy services provided by non-residents to those involved in the extraction in the extraction sector, mainly mining and petroleum, from 5.6% to 10%. But I think in the current situation where even we are looking for principal investors in Turkana County to extract petroleum, this then will increase the cost of operations in those two particular very important sectors, Madam Speaker. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, Nasema, thank you very much, and I support this bill.
Very well. The member for Lamu County, the Honorable Hobo Mohammed.
Asante Bi Speaker kunipatia nafasi nami kuchangia kwenye mswada wa fedha. Bi Speaker, nataka kuunga mkono mswada huu. Mswada huu malengo yake ni kuongeza mapato ya serikali. Na mapato ni muhimu kwa sababu kuna mambo mengi ya kufanywa. Kwa hivyo hayatafanyika yale mambo ya kufanyika isipokuwa waongeze mapato. Mimi nimefurahishwa zaidi na pale kwa wanakandarasi wadogo ambao si wa Kenya wafaa kulipa ushuru. Maana imekuwa kawaida wanakuja wanafanya kazi Kenya, wanachukua mapesa yetu wanaenda nayo bila kulipa ushuru. So pale nimefurahishwa. Nataka pia niseme kidogo upande wa mafuta. Mafuta yakiongezeka, bei inaongeza gharama zingine za matibabu. Kwa sababu Wakenya wengi wanabidi watumie kuni au makaa ambapo moshi unaoingia kina mama na inawaathiri mapafu, wanakuwa na ugonjwa wa mapafu. Kwa hivyo vile serikali pia inawajibika kutumia pesa nyingi zaidi katika afya. Bi Speaker, sina mengi, naunga mkono. Asante.
Unaunga mkono. The member for Tarbaj constituency, Honorable Gal Bashen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this bill, Finance Bill 2021, with its amendments. Madam Speaker, let me also thank the committee for doing a good job with its able leadership of Honorable Wanga. Madam Speaker, let me take this opportunity to condole with my colleague and friend, Hassan Ulufo, for losing 6 members of his constituency. We condemn such kind of acts, which is very wrong. Money which will have been spent on useful projects, development projects, are now spent on security, which is wrong. As colleagues from the pastoral community, we get such kind of problems once in a while, and we need to sit as communities and solve these issues. Madam Speaker, as much as we would like to broaden our revenue base, unless we cap expenditure, we will have a problem as a government. The consumption over the years has been increasing, and some of the suggestions which I will raise to cap this kind of expenditures are 2. One, over the years, there has been an increase on the number of parastatals which is formed in the ministries. Each ministry, they have the tendency to increase the number of parastatals in their ministry. And this also increases costs. I remember some times back, there was suggestions in which parastatals which are not making profits are either merged or removed altogether. And that has to be taken as a serious need to reduce parastatals. One other aspect which is very important, Madam Speaker, is on the issue of public-private partnerships issues. We need to have private entities to fund public projects, such that these costs are later on recovered after projects are done. And that can save on cost from the exchequer. Madam Speaker, one of the areas which we can, the non-traditional ways in which we can raise revenue and broaden revenue base is to open up areas. Northern region, if we open up northern region, especially on the tarmac from Garissa to Mandera, as you know, the people who live in those areas are entrepreneurs by nature. By building up that road, it will broaden revenue base. And over the years, since 2017, when I first joined Parliament, August 2017, every time I raise, why is this road not being done, I'm being told it's almost, any time it will be advertised. I don't know what is delaying this project, tarmac road from Garissa to Mandera. The livestock which we will have got revenue from the livestock in the northern region is enormous. One other area is which we will have got a lot of revenue is the livestock, the light livestock which is available in our area. As you also know, that area is a first land. An opportunity to invest in that first land will be available. Last but not least, Madam Speaker, is the use of informers to assess the tax. In its implementation, I think the Kenya Revenue Authority should be careful, such that business rivalries will not use that article to attack their business rivals. And if an amendment is not there, an amendment should be available or should be brought next time, such that any person who brings false information, an informer who brings false information should be fined. I support the bill.
You support. Let me have the member for Kinago, the Honorable Thuku Kwenya. The Honorable Thuku Kwenya, the representative of the people of Kinago.
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you. I'm their representative, and I wish to thank you for this opportunity to support Finance Bill of 2021. And from the onset, I want to applaud the Finance Committee under the able leadership of the Honorable Member for Homa Bay County and the Vice Chair, the Honorable Member for Roysabu, for bringing such a finance bill that is people-friendly. This is a true testimony that we have a membership that is true representation of the people, and especially because of looking into issues that are not going to be hard-hitting on the people that we represent, and especially on the issue of zero rating, the things that we consume every day, especially unga, talk of bread and so forth. Madam Speaker, I also want to take issue with the way we do our thing, and maybe this is a debate for another day that we need to relook into. It was brought about by one honorable member, Fred Keter, on the issue of who should come first. Is it the horse or the cat? Because if you're talking of how we are going to raise money to service our budget, what should come first then? Is it the budget? Is it appropriation? Is it the finance bill? And from where I sit, I believe we should start with how we raise the money so that then we can plan for the same. Because as it is today, the cart is ahead of the horse. And I think this is a debate for another day, but which we need to relook into. I also, in the same breath, want to applaud the committee for thwarting every attempt by the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury to attempt to take powers that belong to the National Assembly in matters to do with regulating the kind of VAT, because that is the preserve of the National Assembly and which is enshrined in the Constitution. This is true testimony that the committee was thorough and listened to the stakeholders who gave their input on this matter. Madam Speaker, you realize that Statutory Instruments Act gives cabinet secretaries the powers to legislate, albeit in a delegated way, whereby they make regulations that go through a committee of this House that is delegated legislation. And Madam Speaker, I want to bring to your attention that maybe we need to relook into the Statutory Instruments Act, because we find that there are regulations that are being passed by the delegated committee that are really hurting our people. And as I'm talking this from a point of pain, because we are farmers in our constituency. We do potato farming, and there are some regulations that were passed in the year 2019 by the State Committee that were made by, or they were brought about by the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture then, whereby our farmers are required to register if they are going to do any form of potato. It is self-defeating. We need to see as a House what is passed by the said delegated legislation committee. Madam Speaker, on the issue of tax relief on NHIF, National Hospital Insurance Fund, this is timely, and I think of tax rebates to people who give internship to, or organizations that give internship to TVET students. I think this is the way to go for any country or any economy to grow and to get into industrialization. The way to go is to make sure that we empower and give opportunity to people who are doing technical courses, so that then we have capacity. That will be going to encourage many organizations to give internships to our students who are going to help us in the takeoff to industrialization. Madam Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity to support this bill and to congratulate the Finance Committee for a job well done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. The member for Likoni, the Honorable Boko Hamisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, from the onset, I want to appreciate Honorable Gladys Wanga, together with her team, for a good work they have done on this finance bill, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to agree with her that it is a difficult moment of time for our country, that we are doing this and we really want to balance between raising some revenue to ensure that we implement some services to the Kenyans, and also balancing how we are going to relieve some burden to our Kenyans in terms of taxation, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I just want to appreciate so many proposals which has been done through the Committee of Finance, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, first I want to talk about the tax relief on those people who contribute on NHIF, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you remember that among the 4 agendas by His Excellency the President, one of them is universal health coverage, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in doing so, giving tax relief for those who contribute on national NHIF, that is in short form, it will be encourage more Kenyans to be paying for such contribution, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also want to echo the issue of tax rebates for those employers who engage in apprenticeship, who engage our graduates from our technical colleges or universities. Madam Speaker, as a member of Parliament representing Likoni constituency, I have a TVET college in my area, and I know very soon I'll have some graduates from different skills, Madam Speaker. When doing this, Madam Speaker, we also encourage our students, or rather our children, to undertake these skills, because they know very well there is a place where they're going to have some internship, there is a place where they're going to practice what they have learned in those colleges, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, another thing which I also want to appreciate is the issue of VAT status of all exploitation of taxable services, which has been proposed from zero rated to exemption, Madam Speaker. This is something which is going to encourage a lot of transactions in terms of importation and exploitation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the issue of no VAT on bread, no matter how we see it as a very small thing, but it is not a small thing. Today, when you go to boarding schools and you talk about bread, all the students are going to be excited and are going to be happy. And I can say it is like a staple food in boarding school, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, we welcome that issue of no VAT on bread, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the other issue which I found it a good proposal, and I want to appreciate the committee for rejecting that proposal which have been done on the issue of ensuring that the National Assembly, they have a role in approving tax regulation. Before we were told that maybe it would be just the cabinet secretary doing that, putting the gazettement without the input of the members of parliament, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are representative of the people in the entire 47 counties, and we need to have a role on that. So I really appreciate that issue, Madam Speaker. The other issue which my colleagues have already talked about it is the issue of border, and that is because of the rate of excise duty. Madam Speaker, the border have created a lot of employment to our youth, Madam Speaker. So if you put that excess duty on motorcycles, it will really affect this industry. Right now, they have so many challenges. And again, if you put that taxation, then it will be a burden. Madam Speaker, I really welcome that, because now even the border guys, they're happy even to hear what we're talking about right now, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the other issue is about Retirement Benefit Act, where they talk about post-retirement medical fund. Madam Speaker, right now we have so many people who have retired, Kenyans, who are really suffering from cancer and other acute diseases, and they don't know what to do because there is no fund which maybe it can be used to cater for their medical expenses, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I propose, and I also endorse what they have said, that they are going to be a scheme on post-retirement medical fund, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, another issue, it is the excess duty on locally manufactured sugar. Right now, if you just move around here in Nairobi, on the street, you will see several products which have been done from sugar confectionery and white chocolates. And our women, our youth, and so many other Kenyans, they are doing this business. So when you put that duty, it will be a tall order for them. So I really welcome what the committee has suggested, that we should not have that kind of VAT on that. I welcome that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, also there was the issue of putting the measures to ensure that no more tax evasion, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today in this country, maybe you could be making a lot of money in terms of our revenue collection, but here today, there are so many evasion and there are so many other tax crimes, which maybe there was no proper mechanism or rather a system to ensure that no more tax evasion can be done in this country, Madam Speaker. And that is the proposal, that is we are going to have automatic accounting information. That is something which we really want to echo and we really want to emulate, because other countries are doing that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the other issue on the KRL Act 1998, which says that we need to increase the reward giving to those people who will give information regarding those people or other institutions or companies which they evade paying taxes. Because before it was like 100,000, now it's going to 500,000. But I really want to agree with my colleague who says that there must be proper procedures and proper mechanism on that, because one can just use it politically, maybe just to defame your name, or maybe just to put you in a problem, or maybe business rivalry can also play on that issue, Madam Speaker. So there must be proper legal framework, or rather procedures, which are going to be put on such issue, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I know there is a lot of issue regarding tax compliance, and so many people still, even up to now, after doing so many laws and so many regulations, still people are evading paying taxes. So, Madam, I think this bill has put has filled so many loopholes or other gaps to ensure that at least we can have some collection to ensure that we implement services for the Kenyans, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to say that on the issue of insurance business in this country, there must be some proper regulations. And I want to agree that all those who open insurance companies or rather insurance business. There must be some regulation or rather some legal. I know right now there are laws regarding insurance, but still there are some loopholes. And I want to agree what they have put in this financial bill to ensure that all those people who are doing this business can be regulated. Today we have small insurance company. We have so many brokers. Some are not even legal, they are not even known, they are not even following procedure. Today, so many Kenyans have underwent some accidents and the insurance cannot pay. The court makes some decision that a certain insurance company need to pay this victim of an accident. But you stay for many, many years without getting that payment, Madam Speaker. I welcome this proposal, Madam Speaker, because it's also a good proposal. I just want to stop at this juncture and just say congratulations, the Finance Committee. Thank you.
Oh, very well. The member, the Honorable Chepkut. Honorable Chepkut.
Madam Speaker, allow me first, with assurance of honor and profound respect and admiration, to congratulate Honorable Madam Gladys Wanga. This is a great job well done. You've talked about NHIF, the 4 pillars of His Excellency the President. In order to encourage uptake of the national insurance relief, the bill introduced a tax relief on individuals who make contribution to the national insurance relief. The amount of insurance relief is to be claimed is equivalent to 15%. In order to achieve the targeted revenue, the bill seeks to amend the following: the income tax, the VAT, and the retirement. But I'm happy about the zero rated of bread and flour products. Madam Gladys Wanga, you did a lot of research, and Kenyans love you because you are addressing the basic commodities of this republic. You've talked about TVET. In our country, in the 290 constituencies, particularly in my own constituency, I have 3 TVETs, the Rift Valley Technical TVET Institute and Kipkabos Technical. So I'm very happy that you've again, there are tax rebates on internship. That is a job well done. You've talked again about borders. You are touching the downtrodden people, taking into consideration that the biggest problem that this country have is unemployment. And Kenya, Madam Speaker, we are facing a lot of challenges because of this COVID-19. I've said time and again that it is a crisis that has never been witnessed by mankind. But I wish to thank His Excellency containing the COVID-19. Having said that, because of time, and I'm reasonable, thank you for introducing this proposal. You've taken into consideration the highest degree of balancing act. You are a moderate person. Gladys Wanga and your team, especially, we are very happy. I want members of parliament to congratulate all of them because they are sensitive to the needs and wants of Kenyans. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You are a great person, Madam Speaker. The future is for you, for women. Women, Madam Speaker, are the only precious and the only contested space on earth. So women, you are doing a good job. We are proud of you, Gladys Wanga. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you, Honorable Chepkut. May God bless you too. Let me have the member for Levy. I don't remember next time. Please ensure that you, make sure you carry your cards. Give him the mic.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me that chance also to contribute to this finance bill. First of all, I take a chance to congratulate the committee headed by Madam Gladys Wanga and Vice Chair Mr. Ihenya Dirangu. I'm so glad that they have brought in many things of helping the Mwananchi as well without any raising any taxes in terms of VAT. One thing I've seen, like bread will be zero rated. I've seen their tax rebates for NHIF, whereby people who will be paying at least 5,000 shillings will get tax rebates of up to 15%. I congratulate them very much. I'm also concerned, I'm also very happy about the apprentices who are coming from TVETers. We have only been receiving tax rebates for university, people who are apprentices in universities. Now, people who are apprentices from TVET, the employers will be receiving the tax rebates, which is also a great thing. So I congratulate the committee for looking at that. The other part that I congratulate the committee so much is capping the cabinet secretary not to be making decisions on VAT, increasing VAT, without those proposals coming from the Parliament or this House. That will control the cabinet secretary so that taxes are not increased arbitrarily. So I congratulate the committee also so much on doing that. On the things of ICT, having taxes that will be balancing in the ICT sector, will also, the digital platform, also the committee thought deeply into it. So I'm so glad about this finance bill, and I'm thankful, Madam Speaker, for giving me that chance. Even without the card, I'm also very grateful, and I'm happy that I have contributed. Thank you so much, and I support.
Thank you very well for the support on the finance bill. And now, members, I give the floor to the leader of majority and the representative of the people of Kipi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I deliberately chose to speak to as a tail end to give more members an opportunity to speak, and so that I could be able to get a feel of if there are issues that require addressing. But I'm so glad that everyone is in support of this bill, and particularly on the accolades that have been sent towards the Finance Committee and its able chair, the Honorable Gladys Wanga. Honorable Speaker, we all recall that the Cabinet Secretary did come to the House on 10th of June and addressed us and highlighted some of the issues within the budget policy and emphasized the need for these revenue measures that are contained within this finance bill, number 18 of 2020. And we all recognize the difficult times we are operating in with the COVID and the need for recovery. And he did inform us that we expect, much as we dipped in terms of our growth last year, we do expect to recover from a growth of about 6.6%. And I'm sure when you then reflect that also along the theme for the budget, which was the Building Back Better, a strategy for resilient and sustainable economic recovery and inclusive growth, I want to ask to reflect on this, because when you're talking of we want to build back better, which means obviously we were building badly. That's for sure. So even as we do things, and I'm looking at this because when I also look at the amendment the committee is proposing, I can see they're trying to reorient the Treasury back to not just business as usual, but let's look at the environment in which we are operating and see what we can do to help the local industry grow, protect from consumerism and a lot of that, and balance the two issues. So I see the work of the committee reflecting within the overall budget theme of building back better, which is basically doing things in a better way than before. The bill is obviously proposing a number of raft of measures, a number of bills, which I don't need to repeat. And having read through the proposed amendments, I agree with the minister from where he's coming from. I know we have a challenge, and I did mention this even as we were discussing the budget estimates. We have this trilemma of we need to put more expenditure because of to crank up the economy to mitigate against COVID. We also know we have limited revenue streams, and we are also curtailed in terms of our borrowing capacity. So that trying to balance those three is obviously a challenge, and we have to bear that in mind. Be that as it may, I'm also happy to see the whole issue of infrastructure bonds being introduced within this bill, and it comes just as we are discussing the PPP framework. So again, we are moving more towards let's get more money from the private sector and targeted to specific projects, which is good. In respect of the excise duty, if I just come to some of those specific things, I agree with the committee totally that yes, the minister is proposing within the excise duty of 2015, excise duty act of 2015, to tax on confectionaries and all that. But the committee has gone far much better and saying, fine, we will raise revenue, but also not kill the local manufacturers. So by exempting local manufacturers and taxing it on the imported confectionaries at an enhanced rate, we protect the revenue, but at the same time, ask those who want to consume, those foreign confectionaries, let them contribute to the growth of our economy, so that we don't end up taxing everyone and killing even the local industry. A country will never develop by relying on imports. It has to start by protecting and developing its local manufacturing capacity, because that's where we create jobs for our youth, and it's in tandem with our Big Four agenda of enhancing and improving the contribution of the manufacturing sector to hopefully 15% as a point. The bill does introduce these common reporting standards. Again, it's a no-brainer. It's a good thing. We don't need to go through that. And we do look forward to the Cabinet Secretary publishing the regulations in terms of how we are going to have all these foreign companies disclosing what they have globally. And this is part of this transparency building, which also comes close to what analysts are calling that building back better includes enhancing transparency. And the example I gave last time, if China was more transparent on the COVID, we would not be where we are. So if we are more transparent in terms of where assets are, we'll be able to combat tax evasion among crimes. The 90-day period on filing of an appeal for Capital Market Tribunal, again, brings some predictability, that once a matter has gone there, within 90 days it will be sorted, which is good for business and avoids that putting off investors. Now, I'm very happy, and I think Honorable Mishi has mentioned this, in terms of the extra incentives by KRA to whistleblowers, to people who help identify and assess taxes and all that. And this is, again, is part of incentivizing people to give that information. Now, I know we still are very weak on whistleblower protection. And I believe we had this haste at one of the universities where we also, the Vice Chancellor, and I'm sure the matter is actively now under investigation or prosecution. But unfortunately, what has happened is the whistleblower, the accountant who did the whistleblowing, has been punished and haunted. And I wish to ask the University Council for that particular university, I believe it was Masai Mara University. Huh? Masai Mara University. I would wish to ask them to seriously consider whether they know what they're doing. Because a whistleblower who has saved the institution from continuous plunder by the management and is then made to suffer on account of some administrative issues is very unfortunate. And it sends the wrong signal that the council of that particular university is not committed to the war on graft. And it's unfortunate, and we need to follow up. So, Honourable Speaker, having looked at that, I specifically want to turn to some of the issues raised in the committee report and ask the chair and her committee to look at some of those things. And one of those is within the investment deduction. I believe it's captured within paragraph 414 within my report, where the committee is introducing some investment deduction to apply to investments outside Mombasa and Nairobi, but putting a figure of 10 billion shillings. Now, 10 billion investment is so huge. I would want us to start small. Let's encourage people to put investment even up to 2 billion, so that we can have in all the counties, in all the townships in Kenya, scattered investments, rather than everyone concentrating in Nairobi, because if you can't do a 10 billion outside, then you'll be forced to do it in Nairobi. And hence, instead of spreading the investments across the country, we will be telling people, if you don't have 10 billion, then invest in Nairobi. But I would want to see the reverse, that if you have up to 2 billion, invest outside Nairobi, we'll still give you the investment deduction allowance. So I would like to ask the committee to consider changing 10 to 2 billion. I think the other issue I'd like to look at is you're proposing an amendment, the proposal to delete the proposal on 15% specific tax on motorcycles. I agree 100%. And I'm on record. I believe it was 2006 or 2007 that I came to this house and I pleaded with the house to exempt motorcycles up to 125 cc from paying duty. And we saw everyone abandoning bicycles and moving to motorized traffic. It's a sector that has grown. It has its challenges, which are more of road safety rather than investment, and that can be controlled. So I'm in total agreement with that, and I want to congratulate the committee for saving the border sector. If it works, don't fix it. And I don't know what the minister is trying to fix, because the border people have not complained that they want the change in specific rate. If I understood him, he said he might be, that it will even be cheaper and all that, but the border people are happy. Let's keep it that way and avoid any disruption. Now, the other thing I looked at is this proposed amendment to, and again, it's on the same, within the same paragraph, where the minister was attempting to tax these new substitute products for cigarettes that are meant to sort out the hygiene, the health issues, because you're not combusting, you're not burning the charcoal, the tobacco to produce nicotine. It's already sifted and you ingest it, either through the mouth or through some other mechanism, without harming any other person near you and without harming your own lungs. And I think one of the typical examples is the lift, and there are different variations of it. Now, there's a new product being introduced into the country. But in his own wisdom, the cabinet secretary decides, I will tax it at the same rate as cigarettes. Now, how do you tax a product that has not even been put on the market? You cannot make money from a business that does not exist. And I agree with the committee totally that let's have an introductory rate. Let this product get into the market. As people accept the healthier alternative to smoking, and he starts losing revenue from cigarettes, then you can incrementally push the revenue or the taxation or the new product, but when it has already penetrated into the market. Right now, trying to do what he's trying to do will basically shift the investment from Kenya to another country. And it will be coming here through the back door, like these vaporized, these electric cigarettes that we find people smoking, but nobody knows where they come from, or nobody knows how they're taxed. So I believe that, and I want to say thank you to the committee for that, and I'll support them. And I believe we are not going to lose any money, because we didn't have it in the first place. A product is not being taxed, so if you stop its introduction, it's zero. If you introduce it and get a little money and create a base for future tax increases, it's all the better. The committee has also done well in terms of broadening the tax base on capturing all the betting and lottery transactions. But I think went a bit too low in terms of the tax rates. I would urge the committee to look at, yes, we are moving from 10%, you had proposed to 7.5%. I would have preferred 15%, but perhaps you might want to look at figures between 10 to 15% rather than, going too low to 7.5%. So that at least, because people who are betting, it's a windfall. And a windfall, if you put in your 100 shillings and you get 100,000, you can even share 50% with the good public for the good. But we don't want to tax it at 50%. I think anything between 10 to 15% might be better than the 7.5%. So I would like to ask that they consider that. Congratulations again to the committee for reversing this issue of the tax records from 5 years, which the minister wanted to move back to 7 years. These 7 years is historical when we were analog. And the CS did come to this house and justified why they need to move from 7 years to 5 years. So far, I've not had any justification of why we now need to go back to 7 years. And hence, until we got that justification, I would rather we just continue sticking to 5 years. So I could go on and on, Honorable Speaker, but I'm saying I think I'm happy that now we have a bill. The committee has done well, lots of public participation, and I can only congratulate them and say, let's move on together to build this great republic through some tax measures. And on that basis, I believe that we are not going to lose any of the revenues after balancing what has gone up and what has gone down. With those many remarks, I beg to support.
Very well. It's always interesting and good listen to you, Honorable Kimunya, with your expertise in finance. Of course, so we know you having been the Minister of Finance. Our members, there being no another member who is willing and wishing to contribute to the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 18 of 2021, I call upon the mover to reply. The Honorable Gladys Wanga. Yes, use the other mic next to you.
This is working. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'd like to really thank the honorable members of this House for their contribution, very vibrant contribution to this debate on the Finance Bill of 2021, Finance Bill 2021, which will help in raising revenue for our budget for 2021-2022. Honorable Speaker, members have confirmed or affirmed their position as defenders of the people who elected us to come and serve them on the floor of this House. And Honorable Speaker, member after member speaking has spoken for the very lowest of the people in our society, whom we have come here to represent. And Honorable Speaker, I take that with a lot of gratitude, because many times it is thought that members of Parliament do not speak for the people who elected them to come to this House. Sometimes we are perceived, or a perception is created, that we are serving selfish interests or interests other than of those electorate who elected us. But if you listened to members of this House speak on this finance bill, nobody spoke about do not tax the MP or do not tax the very high. Everybody spoke about let us try and tax the people who have and fund the very lowest in society. So, Honorable Speaker, that is the spirit of this Parliament, and it is important that it is understood across board. I also want to thank the National Treasury, because this finance bill, if you look at it, is a very conservative bill. It has not sought drastic measures, taxation measures, to hurt the people too much. So there are only a few areas where it touched on the common 190, but if you look at the entire bill, it doesn't seek to raise that much in terms of revenue. Actually, any revenue it raises is knocked off by exemptions that it has given to medicaments, medicines, vitamins, ventilators, and so on. There's a whole long list of exemptions that has been given, and that knocks off a lot of the revenue, or any revenue that is being raised. But what is good about this bill is streamlining tax administration, because there comes a point in time where even if you try to squeeze people some more, it's like squeezing water out of a rock. But then you can look at the loose ends that you can tie up, the loopholes that you can seal to make sure that you do not lose revenue that you could already have been collecting in the existing time. So, Honorable Speaker, this bill tries to do a lot of the tying up of tax administration and tax procedures, so that KRA does not lose revenue that it would otherwise have been able to collect. And if they continue to put pressure, the target for revenue in this coming financial year is 2.1 trillion. If KRA gets the support that they require, they should be able to surpass even that target of 2.1 trillion and collect a lot more. But members have spoken here to cutting our quota according to our size, and also sealing loopholes for corruption. Because however much money you collect, if you do not spend it prudently, then at the end of the day, it's like just pouring water on a dry crack, and it never really fills up. So I think on the other end, there must be a way of dealing with issues of corruption and spending our money in the most efficient way. Members have spoken strongly, specifically about bread, about flour, about the things that really, the motorcycles. And I just wanted to clarify that the motorcycle Treasury was trying to move from charging in actual figures, because there's an actual figure of 11,000. So right now, even if you buy a motorcycle for 70,000, you still pay 11,000. Even if you buy a motorcycle for what, you still pay that standard amount. So Treasury was trying to move to a percentage, so that it depends on the value of the motorcycle that you buy. Now, what happened to this proposal? It was convoluted, and the reporting has been such that it is understood that there is an additional tax being put on motorcycles. Now, to clean that up is very difficult, because the public perception is already that there is an additional tax. So if you try and explain that, no, there's not an additional tax, it's only changing from percentage to, changing from actual absolute figures to a percentage, people will not understand that. And vendors can take advantage of motorcycle buyers. As soon as this finance bill passes, if a vendor increases the price, they'll just say, serikali imeweka, you have been taxed more by the government, and they take advantage. And that is why the committee took a position that let's retain status quo until the matter can be properly explained, so that once it is understood, then now you can proceed. Because if you proceed and the matter is not properly explained, then now you have a problem. But members of this House have been in full support of that particular position. The committee made some proposals around the issue of reducing the number of interns. But we've listened to these TVET interns. The bill proposes it at 10 interns for you to qualify for the tax rebate. The committee was trying to propose it to 5 so that we can cover also MSMEs. But members have spoken and said that maybe we retain it at 10 so that we can have more people absorbed rather than having less. Because if you put the minimum at 5, even big companies that can otherwise take 15 or 20 will still just take the 5 and still qualify for the tax rebate. So the committee will consider that particular amendment and probably reverse it, as proposed by several of the members, because the proposal of the members actually carries some logic. Honorable Speaker, I have listened also to the Honorable Majority Leader. He has spoken to the issue of investment deductions or incentives for those who invest outside Mombasa and Nairobi. We set a figure of 10 billion, but from what the Majority Leader has said, it actually makes sense to reduce it so that we have investors. We want investors in Kibwezi, we want investors in Homa Bay, we want investors, to go to Ainabkoi or to Nandi Hills, We want investors across the country, not for them to just come and concentrate here in Nairobi, and we want to incentivize them so that they move across the country. So perhaps the figure that we had been putting was a bit high, and we will look at reversing it downwards. Honorable Speaker, maybe in concluded, I'd like to state that I've seen a lot of proposals for amendments as well. And members also spoke strongly about things like LPG, other items. And we might want to zero rate everything. But as I was beginning to move, I said that we are in difficult times. We must strike a balance between raising revenue and cushioning Kenyans. So I want to just urge members that even as we go to the committee stage, that we agree to make compromises so that where we can, we carry, but where we cannot, we also leave to fight another day. So that we don't try also and make so many items, zero rated just so that we look like good people. But the next day when we are asking for money for CDF or to be facilitated or salaries for teachers or other things, then government grinds to a halt because we are not able to raise the revenue. So that's the only plea that I would make to members, that even as we bring amendments, we remain reasonable so that we can carry some. The committee is open to look at, other amendments, but within the space, the fiscal framework, so that we do not create a hole that we cannot fill. So, Honorable Speaker, I was trying to reply until the end of the session, so that we don't have to move to the next item. But I think I have replied to the very end. I think I've replied to the very end. Maybe I'll use the 1 minute to thank the members who have stayed for this long, who have endured until this hour. There are members who've been here the whole afternoon and the whole night. So I really, really must thank you for enduring and staying this long, serving your country, serving your nation, serving the people who elected you, and to thank the members of the Finance and National Planning Committee for their commitment to this matter. With those many, many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
Very well, and congratulations, Honorable Wanga, the chairperson, the Departmental Committee of Finance and Planning, National Planning, for the good work. Well done. Again, we also want to thank the members who have stayed here. The public now would appreciate the honorable members, their representatives, sitting and doing serious business in Parliament till this late hour. Because of interest of time, and today being evening sitting, our members today being an evening sitting, I confirm that we do not have the numbers for me to be able to put the question on order number 9, and I so do order that the question or putting of the question on the Finance Bill, National Assembly number 18 of 2021, be deferred. Other members. Our members, the time being 21:29 p.m. In fact, it is now 21:30, that is 9:30. This House stands adjourned until the Wednesday, 23rd June 2021 at 2:30 p.m. I thank you.